Hold on to your butts, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
How's it going? How's everybody doing tonight? Oh. Yeah, Dark Fox. I didn't do that just because Kursala is primarily a mod now for the purpose of the Discord, and not necessarily for the stream unless he wants to step up and do that. I don't know if you guys have noticed recently, the Discord has quite a lot of members. Quite a large number of members compared to what I expected it to have, and needed somebody just keeping an eye on it periodically, make sure nothing. It's not even that it's getting out of hand moderation wise. Honestly, you guys have been fantastic in the Discord. We haven't had any issues, we haven't had any arguments, we haven't had any blow-ups, nothing like that. I know that I'm missing a lot of the conversations going on there anymore in the various channels, and it pays to have somebody at least paying attention. How's everybody doing today? We got Roland coming in first. He sneezed around noon, and someone pulled every muscle in his stomach region. I'm gonna guess that was you. I'm gonna guess that someone was, in fact, Roland. Oh, somehow. Oh, I see. A Dodge here at the start. Good to see you, man. There's Kursala, and of course, Project Dark Fox Hamburg Tack coming in with the double hello. There's Data Nerd and Sumitha. We're gonna go with Sumitha from now on. Is that acceptable to you, Samir? Hey, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Good to see ya. Painting some Clan Wolf Tiger Stripey. Dude, those mechs you've been doing recently look so fucking good. So good. I saw the rest of them over on... I can't even remember where I see things anymore. Everything Battletech? I think you posted them in Everything Battletech? They looked so good. So good, so nice. Is my bot doing what it's supposed to be doing? Stupid bot. Stupid bot. Hang on, let me reset it. It should be connected now. Give it another try. Hey, Wolfenspawn, good to see you, man. How are things? There we go. That's the ticket. Man, oh man. November 3rd, 2020. Nothing going on today. Nothing of any significance that concerns me or anyone else, right? Let's paint some models. So, I've been wanting to play Deadzone lately, and I have a bunch of models for it already. I have a couple of teams of Deadzone that I've actually built. And, because I played it quite a bit, about 3-4 years ago, and had a really good time with it. It's actually pretty fun. At the time, it was pretty unbalanced. I played it a few times, and it quickly became apparent that there was, like, it is in fact Taco Tuesday, you're not wrong about that, Project Dark Fox. There was pretty much like, because I played Veer Myn, I played these little rat guys. This is the only one that I finished painting. Call this one. This was about 3-4 years ago. This was my finished above tabletop paint job, and I'm gonna try to replicate a lot of this on the other ones. I won't drop it in the drink. I'll try not to, particularly considering all the toxic goop on the base. It quickly became apparent playing the Veer Myn. At the time, though, there was really just the one team that made the most sense for the points and did the most damage and won most often. Clan Wolf, a very fine evening to you. How are things? So, I lost interest in the game fairly quickly, but I picked up their Escalation supplement the other day, which was poorly bound and split from the binding within half an hour, so way to go there, Mantic Games. But the game-related content in it, not the book itself, the balancing content seems to add some more interesting options to the Veer Myn list. One thing it did that kind of sucks is it ruined these little custom jobbers that I made. I made these stalkers with big drills because they added armor piercing to my list. They're no longer an option. You can't give stalkers big drills anymore, so I'm taking these two and putting them aside. They're illegal models. So I need to modify my old list a little bit, but it made some other models more viable, like these guys, which I'm not going to be working on these tonight, but these are the Nightmares. Giant rat men with much, much larger weapons. Either way, it looks like running more diverse models and a few different lists actually makes sense now, which, since that was my primary complaint about Deadzone and I actually enjoyed playing the game, I decided let's go ahead and dust it off. Let's crack it open. Let's play a little bit. So I'm going to be working on painting these guys tonight, just up to a decent tabletop standard. And then in the near future, I need to get to my Forge Fathers. Oh, don't bump that. Who I only, in each case, I got like one model mostly done, and then I laid off. Because I'm, you know, a lazy and easily distracted bastard. But I started these Forge Fathers in yellow with the intent to do a bunch of hazard striping on them, and I didn't do this hammerhead because I wanted to do kind of like a glowing heat glow effect on it. At the time I didn't know how to do. I think I could probably pull that off now. So we'll have some Space Dwarves, will get painted, and then I've also got... I don't think any of these guys got painted, but I have the Enforcers. I think they're called Enforcers. These guys. And you'd think for all the time that I spent doing the basing on them, like, I would have actually painted them, but, you know, you'd be mistaken. I really like the pose I got out of this guy, though. Anyway, we'll be doing a little bit of Deadzone, getting up to tabletop standard. I know that I said before, I was like, tonight, Tuesday, we're gonna start on Darth Vader. I'm gonna do a Darth Vader series. So, I started to lay out my painting plan for Vader, and it occurred to me, Roland, I am just a little bourbon and Coke, nothing special. Something good and strong though, because goddamn, I need that tonight. Reminds me a bit of the Cerberus shield guys from Mass Effect, mail slot and all. Yeah, they definitely have. I couldn't get any of them set up so they were actually looking through the mail slot, just because of the way the arm is oriented. But I figured kind of ducking and looking past it with the little secondary slot was okay. That was as close as I could get. I also have this guy. I remember I lost his foot when I was building him, so I just took a little piece of styrene plastic and then stuck it in there, and I was going to paint it like he just had a piece of metal stuffed into his severed foot hole. That should be a fun one to do. What's with all the white rectangles under the feet? So those are meant to be / will be rusted metal. So you can see on this guy's base the little twisted bits of metal. That was some mesh that's in there, and then painted with a rust effect. And that the same idea here is that the mesh is going to be rusted, and these are going to be like steel plates with some rust on them, just bits of scrap metal. You can see one of my rats standing on the same here. The idea is just to make the area that they're fighting in, because the concept in Deadzone is that the areas you're fighting in are mostly abandoned. They were abandoned by the government overall, and they're being fought over by dregs. So that's why he's got like little toxic pools at his feet too. Everything's just supposed to look kind of shitty. So we're gonna roll with that. For the rest of them, how you doing tonight, Kursala? Got fresh pressed cider and a couple shots of Calvados. Oh, that sounds delicious! Absolutely, Larabic. I hope you found that helpful, man. Need some more rats for Age of Sigmar. Manro Fasal. These are from Mantic Games' Warpath series. I don't know if they... Does Mantic still make fantasy miniatures? I don't know if they do. I know they have a fantasy game, but I think it's kind of miniatures agnostic. They mostly make miniatures for Warpath, which is their science fiction version. I also got this guy. He's a resin model, and I need to unbend his barrel a little bit. He's a leader model with kind of a sniper rifle you can take for the Veer Myn. I like rat folk. I also discovered back when I was playing that if you just took one rat with the toxic grenade launcher, who was this guy, he was just the best model on the damn board. He would just absolutely wipe entire cubes of enemies with the toxic grenade launcher. It seems like they've fixed most of those issues in the new edition. They've adjusted some points, they've made some weapons illegal, they changed the victory points on some models. I'm looking forward to getting back into it. I do have some of the Dreadball teams. Dreadball was popular for a little while. It's a good game. Learned a few new modeling tricks, so now I'm motivated to do some more modeling tonight. What you working on, Kursala? What you working on, buddy? So this is going to be a little bit of an analysis to try to figure out, like, okay, where was I going with this, and what was I doing, and what have I done so far? It looks like my intent was to do their pants in different colors, because I've got some blue, I've got some green pants here, got brown pants, I got more green pants, red pants, why the hell not? I'm going to separate them out by pants color and do them in batches that way. Blue pants over here, green pants in the middle, brown pants over here, red pants over here. A pretty even split, about 2 of each. What's up, sluts? How you doing, Puck Duncher? Good to see you. The Gear Falcon, so you can finally get it done. You've done some fantastic work on that so far. If you... Oh, no! Yes. Yes, yes indeed. Damn it.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
I lost a rat. Give me a second. Found him. These things don't actually grip bases too well if the bases aren't beveled at all, and these bases are flat across the sides, so they're like kind of prone to just slipping out, which is, you know, not the best. How bad is it? That's pretty bad, actually. Crapola. Gonna have to go back to my old model holder. I don't want to. I guess I could just stick them down to something. Use the old tricks. Old tricks are the best tricks, aren't they? Like some blue tack, maybe? If it works, it works. Rodan knows what's up. And that works. A little bit of a pain transitioning between models tonight, but oh well. Let's just focus on a couple at a time and see where we can get. Need to develop a process anyway. Shouldn't be too bad. I've already done a lot of work on these guys. Though I obviously can't remember what the hell I was doing, since the last time I touched these models with a brush was over 3 years ago. I do remember how I did the toxic goop on the base at the very least. It was just epoxy that I mixed with some acrylic paints. I don't remember what colors, but a toxic green shouldn't be too difficult to replicate. I was not going very high contrast last time I was painting on these guys. Okay. Did get your print today of the Borealis. How is it, Rodan? How did it come out? Hey, what's going on, Mars to Pants? How are things? Oh, you know what, Puck Duncher? Yes. And I am here because of that right now. We're streaming. We're streaming. We're painting some models, you know? That'll be there when we're done. The inevitable sulk. Alright. So why not start off by working on the red pants? They're fabric, so they're going to want to be probably pretty desaturated. So I'm going to go with some of this Scale Color 75 Antares red as my base.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
Moved house since you were last here. How's that gone, Mars to Pants? Good new place? I mean, I hope so. I hope you didn't move into worse circumstances. That would be depressing. I'm just gonna use my #1 size brush for this. Oof, that Antares red is orangey. Maybe I don't want to do Antares red. It didn't look quite this orange in the bottle, but that's good to know. That is a very, very orange red. Let's try something else. Something that's already a bit desaturated. Cinnamon red? That might not be bad. Kind of brownish. Bought a house and moved out of the rental basement. I would say that is a step up both literally and figuratively. Because it's, you know, above the... It's above the ground. That's awesome though, man. I'm glad to hear it. So Manro Fasal, after these next couple of Storm Chasers are completed, which I came back to and redid the purple on this one, by the way. Let me know what you think of it. It looks more pink on the camera than it actually is. My levels apparently aren't quite adjusted right, but I'm pretty happy with this purple overall. I might give it a wash to darken some of the recesses. But I think the details all came out nicely. So I'm thinking Sunday I'm going to try to put the finishing touches on both of these two Storm Chasers. This one needs the same treatment, and then they each need lightning bolts. So I'm going to be doing both of their lightning bolts on the at the same time this upcoming Sunday. They're going to be different styles, but they'll both be, you know, similar steps. So I figured it's a good idea to do them both at once. What made you decide to tilt the launcher on that one? I wanted to flatten the profile out across the top. I like the look of the tilted launcher that somebody did on this before, so I went into 3D Builder and I was like, ah, fuck it, I'll lower it. I'll flatten it against the top, see how that looks. It takes a little bit away from the classic profile of the Warhammer like you have here, but then that's already been done thanks to the changing of the arm cannons. Like, I wouldn't do this on the classic Warhammer, I don't think, but because this one is meant to be the 6RC. Seemed worth a shot. I like the look of it. You know, sometimes you gotta mess with the classics a little bit. Yeah, this cinnamon red is, I think, closer to what I'm looking for. There we go. This size 1 does not want to keep a tip right now. I might just go down a size. Now, we're definitely aiming for good enough for the tabletop on these guys tonight, so I'm not going to fret over the details. We're just going to try to get the colors
you could
down.
Just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
There are, what, huh? The rat man, there are no lines. I'm going to smear them with rust after this, and you're going to like it. Actually, I think I thinned down my cinnamon red a little bit too much. That's okay, though. Yeah, let's go to a smaller brush size. This one is not. This is like one of my oldest brushes, this size 1. I abuse it way too much. That's a little better. So how is everyone tonight, outside of, you know, the general madness of the world? How are you personally? How are things? What are you working on? You doing any painting tonight? If you're not, you should. I'll tell you, it's a great distraction. And right now, no matter what it is you're worried about tonight, I can tell you that fretting about it right now is not gonna help you. There is plenty of time for that later. Better off painting fucking spacemen, am I right? I think I'm right. I'm probably right. I'm usually right. Right? Right? Yeah. Why not? Cinnamon red actually goes on here really, really nice. It's a good color. It's one of my favorite colors I got in my recent Reaper acquisition was cinnamon red. Alright, let's do this other one. Got the shirts figured out. Excellent. Glad to hear that. Wanted to start that Boba Fett pattern. Missing more than half the floss. Oh, man. That's a bit rough. Oh, my pillow. You know what I did today? I ordered a new, gaming chair. Really, it's just a ergonomic office chair with a couple of stupid patterns on it. I don't understand why people want or buy the gaming chairs with all the... Oh, it's got these colors on it, man, and it's got these panels and the crazy shapes and dirt. I'm like, it's a fucking chair. I'm gonna sit in it. I'm not gonna look at it most of the time. Is it comfortable? Does it have a lumbar support? These are the things I care about. I would not have gone for one designated as a gaming chair if it didn't have the features that I want and happened to be on sale on Amazon. But I need something with a bit more support, and I think that's gonna give it. It matches my tower, goddammit. Well, as long as you've got a reason. Yeah, overpriced is the part that really gets me, and that's why I'm saying I would not have gotten it had it not been competitively priced with other standard office chairs. But, you know, Amazon has some pretty crazy deals every now and then. A bunch of them must have fallen off the back of a truck or something, who knows. They're just surplus from Bezos crushing another small business person. I drove them out of business, and this is what was left in their warehouse, so, you know, 50% off. Sweet, thanks, Bezos. Paint in some rat butts tonight. Got the Blue Staples brand gaming chair, and it's actually pretty nice, though it's certainly showing its age. How long ago did you get it? That's the one thing is, I mean, like, I got the chair for like $100, which, I gotta be honest, that's the point at which I'm like, do I really need this? I'm paying $100 for a chair. Since starting this stream, this is the most that I've sat. And even as a regular gamer, this is the most I've sat in this chair, and it's... This one I got on sale at Costco, probably about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And, it was fine until I sat in it as much as I do now. And now I need something with a little bit more support. Alright, let's mix up a red highlight and do some texture on there. By mix up a red highlight,
there's
I mean...
something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
You should get new pants. You should get new pants, Caddick, if you have this problem so often. How you doing, Jack? How are things? I should paint some more buildings. Vergaderung, I agree. I am, in fact, painting some Deadzone stuff right now. I dug this out recently, and I am inclined to work on it right now. So I'm just gonna do it. Considering I played with these minis in the state that they're in, I can't do worse for tabletop quality. If I put the right colors in the right places, I'm making progress.
I heard you liked battle mechs.
I do.
So I put a battle mech in your battle mech,
Ooh.
and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Speaking of battle mechs, in battle mechs, I don't know if you guys have been following Steiner's. I can't remember what. I keep forgetting the name. The Invictor? Is it the Invictor battle suit? He's doing so many cool things on that, though. Hey, what's up, Machine God? 3 to 4 years with regular daily use. That's not bad, actually. If it's failing after 3 to 4 years of that much use, I feel like you got your money out of it. Yeah, Machine God. These are for Deadzone specifically, so this is for like a kill team size squad. I got my whole little team here that I was playing with that's only half painted about 3, maybe 4 years ago, it would have been. And I was saddened to note when I got the new book that these units that I custom made, the big drills on the Veer Myn Stalker, these are no longer legal in Deadzone, which, firstly, that's actually good because these things were wildly overpowered for the price. They were just nuts. These were my heavy hitters on the list, and that's crazy. I would just swarm them with rats, I'd run in with my armor-piercing big drill stalkers, and I would just hammer through anything that the opponent had, and they had no choice but to dig through a bunch of rats to get to my drills, and it almost never worked. But they've rebalanced it a lot, and I'm going to give it another try. I'm going to give it another shot. I got all the terrain and all the models for it, so why not throw down a little bit of paint and give it another go. It's impossible to find a box at the moment? Really? I haven't actually looked to try and find any new models because I've got so many of them already. I picked them up when they were... I think there was a sale on... like Miniature Marketplace or something like that, so I got a bunch of them. I've got forces I haven't even built yet, let alone painted. It's a fun game. It's fairly fast-paced and enjoyable. sci-fi dust feel, honestly. It's like, I mean, there's very little about the Warpath universe that is completely unique or original. I'd be lying if I said that it was. It's all kind of taken from something else, but they're decent renditions of the races that they work with, at the very least. I like Ratmen, and very, very few games give me the opportunity to play with space Ratmen. Like, even if I went in on Age of Sigmar, all they have are fantasy Ratmen. There are no comparable rat folk in 40k right now. There's Gene Stealer cultists, which one could argue are thematically similar, but I don't know, I like rat folk. Like in those conversations people always have, like, which superpower would you have and why is it flight? I'm not going to deny, I get the arguments for things like super strength and flying. I totally understand it. They'd be like super duper powerful. But as far as powers I would enjoy, I always find myself thinking, you know, the ability to control hordes of rats is actually really cool. I want to be like Crispin Glover in that movie, what was it, Willard? Where he killed Arlie Ermy with a horde of rats. That's who I aspire to be. Yeah, I want to be Hugo in that one game you played, where that chick was wearing that one piece of armor the whole game for no reason. You know the one I'm talking about. Paint a couple of them as lab rats. That's actually a good idea, Coral. Like white fur with red eyes. I could dig that. Exactly what brush am I using right now? This is a Winsor & Newton Series 7 round size 0. Winsor & Newton got a bit of a bad rap somewhat recently because I think they had some bad batches that went out, but I've never gotten a bad brush from them myself. Ooh, you know what I should do? I should go ahead and put some washes down on these metallics. Otherwise, I'm gonna regret not doing it. I do that right now.
And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They love the metallics. They love them. I am gonna go ahead and put down some Vallejo smoke. How do you... I don't know how you would possibly have a size 0 that's smaller than this. They're all a standard size. Do you have, like, the miniature? Because the miniature brushes, they make much, much smaller. This is just a standard round. Like, are you playing Star Wars Galaxies, oh Coral? You absolute madman. Yeah, I got some of theirs that are the miniature series, and they are teeny tiny. I just go with their standard round. I put too much on my palette. I'm gonna have to thin this a lot. I have a bad habit of doing that when I really just need like 1 drop of paint. Let's put some flow aid in there. Yeah, the miniature ones are also more expensive. Like, just don't get them. they're silly. Hey, what's up, Gear Falcon? Good to see you, man. Let's go ahead and wash these metallic parts with some Vallejo smoke. It's real thick. I'm going to pull some of that out of there. But I don't want any of their metallic parts to seem like they're new. They should all be kind of greasy and rusty. I like Vallejo smoke. It's just such a fantastic treatment for almost all metallic paints. It's got this difficult to define greenish, brownish, oily look to it, and just a wonderful consistency. And I remembered when I did these undersuit parts originally, I had intended for them to look kind of like the rats were wearing rubber body gloves. So I think I might come in with some coal black for those parts to kind of continue to sell that look. I don't know, I always get more of a rubber look out of coal black doing the sort of blue black. And I think it'll contrast reasonably with the smoke and the rust.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids,
well, not that stiff,
I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Might as well do the smoke on the teeth, too. It's a good base for them. Kind of dirty brown. Holy moly!
To 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
Puckduncher, thank you so much for that 100 biddies. I'm glad to know that I'm helping take your mind off some bullshit, if just for a few minutes. I think a lot of us need that tonight. I definitely grappled a little bit today with, do I bother streaming? Everybody's going to be distracted, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And I finally landed on, you know, fuck it, let's just do a stream. Let's just do a stream. This stream is not about the world, guys. The world is a flaming pile of shit, and it has been for a long time, and it's probably going to continue to be so. That's not what this is about. That's not the point of me being here. Hopefully it's not the point of you being here. The point of being here is, I want to paint some damn minis, and that didn't change. That's still just as true now as it was this morning as it was yesterday, so let's do that. I actually really like what that does to the metal. I'm going to want to bring it up a little bit in a few spots to like some silver scratches, and then come in and do some rust. So they're technically, I mean, they're Skaven Clan Wolf in the sense that, you know, they're semi-intelligent rat men, and for all thematic purposes, yeah, they're Skaven. They're Veer Myn from Mantic's Warpath universe, from their Deadzone set. I always still paint mechs every now and then, Roland. I'm going to do the bandages on their feet in this, too, because they are actually not really all that well shaded. I want to do their skin. I want to keep their skin pink. little self-analysis. When I was painting these the last time, I can tell you I was afraid of contrast. I was not obeying the 5-foot rule. And I'll go ahead and slather a bit on the base too. Kind of across these metal bits. They're going to get a bunch of rust on them, but this will help establish a base for that. Mix some browns in with the grays. That'll look good. Alright, let's do the other one. You know, rats in real life are actually pretty damn cool. They are smart. Real smart. Smarter than most people give them credit for. Make great companions, too. Now, I don't know how many of you guys out there have played Deadzone. I know that because of who Games Workshop is, obviously their products get all the praise. And admittedly, when Deadzone did their big release that led up to me getting these models, the game was not very well balanced. But you know, that as a comparison would seem to presume that anything from Games Workshop is balanced at all, which it generally isn't. It did not get as much notoriety as Kill Team did, but it's a very, very similar game, Deadzone is. And if you get a chance, if somebody you know plays it and is like, hey man, want to try some Deadzone? Jump on it. It's actually a really fun game. It plays fairly quickly. It has a lot of variation across some fairly simple rules for doing different scenarios and whatnot. It's just kind of a, you know, beer and pretzels skirmish game. I've had a lot of fun with it. Though I can remember specifically one of the first times that I sat down for this edition of Deadzone and played it. We went to a friendly local game store down in San Antonio called Night's Watch. My wife and I. We're like, we're going to sit down at the tables there and we're going to play some Deadzone. It'll be a good time. So we go down there and we made a bit of a mistake. We had some special brownies that night. We were like, yeah, let's have a brownie real quick. Let's sit down and let's play some games. So we do that, and we're sitting there and we're playing, and you know, maybe 45 minutes go by. We get through one game and we're getting ready to set up for another. And we both look across the table at one another and are just kind of like, you know, I am way too high right now. Like people had been filtering in when we weren't paying attention, and we had been just completely zeroed in on our game, and then we suddenly realized, I'm not prepared for this at all. All at once. All at the same time. That was an interesting experience. Just kind of packed up and we're like, yeah, I'm just gonna go home. I'm just gonna go ahead and take off real quick. Because I can't handle the sheer number of people around me in this moment. Now these days I can't handle that many people around me, but it's because I'm a curmudgeonly hermit. And not necessarily because I'm just blasted out of my mind. I mean, though that's probably true some of the time also. It's kind of fun painting on these guys because this is all paint that I put down years and years ago. It's neat to come back to it and finally apply some more on top, you know? Start doing a little bit of shading. I feel like I've grown a decent amount as a painter since I did this. Not like a whole lot, but, you know, a little bit. He's got a little band around his bicep there. I'm gonna go ahead and get that. Sweet bicep band, brah. That's working. Oh, don't dip your brush in your drink. Share the introvert gene, yeah.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
If like the next time TwitchCon goes off, depending on who goes to it, because that's something I've been talking about wanting to go to for a little while now, you know, whenever that is able to happen. If Chaotic shows up to that, I'm gonna save some of those lines. I'm gonna wait until we're in the middle of a conversation, we're like 3 drinks deep, and I'm just gonna be like, I guess I need more paint, and then reach past him for something. It'll probably be a drink. And then he won't get it, and I'll have to explain it to him, and then it won't be funny anymore. That's usually how my jokes go. I make the joke, and I'm like, hey, everybody, look, what a comedian I am. Look how funny I am. And they're like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? We were talking about something else. And I'm like, yeah, but it was a joke. And then once I explain to them how funny it is, everybody thinks I'm awesome. Right? The best jokes need explanation. I remember reading that someplace. What is that? What is that a YouTube link to, Cat? Is that you snorting your drink up your nose? Because I'll click on it if that's the case. I'd actually very much like to see that. So Mandalorian's coming out on Fridays, yeah? I've really got to wait a week between episodes. It's gonna be rough on me this year. Nobody learns anything and the frog ends up dead. God, I hope the frog was dead when you started dissecting it. What kind of school did you go to? Alright, class. Today we will be murdering this frog. And technically that wouldn't even be dissection, that would be vivisection. You know? The more you know. You just got learnt. You probably knew that. Today we'll be vivisecting fetal pigs, which doesn't make any sense. How did we get the fetal pig out? While alive. Well, the dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities that some consider to be, you know, unnatural. Yeah, Cat, it's because these particular bases don't work well with the paint handle, and right now I'm batch applying this step of smearing Vallejo smoke. So no paint handle for the moment. Nerd! The cartoon toy line. Oh yeah, I remember Mask. I can vaguely hear the tune in my head, though I can't sing it because I don't remember the lyrics. Get learnt, get turned. Oof. I like you, Puck Duncher. I like where your head's at. Ooh, I didn't do their... Oh, I was going to say I didn't do their teeth. Neither of those models I just did had their teeth exposed, though. They're wearing masks, so... Never mind. That would explain why I didn't do it. Nasty little rat toofs. Nasty little rat toofs. Somebody posted, I got tagged in a memory the other day by somebody on Facebook about a Battletech game. It happened in November of 2019. And first of all, it's amazing getting hit with blasts from the past from, you know, like 10 years ago in 2019 before all this shit really started happening. Remembering the state that we were in back then. What really struck me, though, is that I had more or less forgotten playing that game, and then it all came rushing back, and I remembered, like, oh no, that was the game. That was the Battle of Tukiyid that we did at the Kolpar Hobby Town. That I was just like, I was livid over the state of the city terrain that we as Comstar were given to use. It was like a few buildings, few and far between, big wide open streets, and then a bunch of terrain outside the city. And what ended up happening is the clans just stomped their way across the open ground, obliterated all the buildings using the really quite lame building construction mechanics from Alpha Strike. Like, they were knocking down entire apartment complexes with single salvos from like Mad Cats, which was it's just crazy to me. I don't... Like, it's one of the reasons that I'm not as concerned with... I haven't been as concerned with the destroyed buildings for Trinity City. When I play Urban Terrain and Battletech, I generally am just like, look, you can't destroy buildings. Like, I don't know what kind of firepower you think it is that battle mechs have that would be taking down even modern buildings with steel-reinforced structures, but no. Just no. They don't carry that much firepower. If you fired every single long-range missile you had in a mech at a modern building, you blow a hole in the side of it, sure. Would you bring it down to the ground? No. Almost certainly not. In most cases, obviously. But most importantly, it irritated me that they were able to just kind of lob missiles from a long ways away until we had no cover left. And it was just Comstar standing in the middle of a bunch of rubble, and then we just got picked apart. We were physically unable to do what Comstar did at the Battle of Tukiyid. We were physically unable to draw the enemy in close to us because the enemy was just like, no, we're just gonna blow up buildings. It's cool. It was really, really annoying. So my point in talking about this, it was a fun day. Like, as much as that might have been annoying, the game was fun. Everybody had a good time, good group of guys. But my reason for bringing it up is to note that it was that game that spawned Trinity City as it exists now. Because I was like, look, we need better buildings. We need the ability to make a map where the clans actually have to come into us and get stuck in some tight corridors, you know? And picked off the way that this battle is described as happening. Thus, Trinity City exists, and that got me to thinking, I really need to talk to those guys about a rematch, because that was the whole point. Now that I've got a bunch of it, we need to do a proper game in some tight city streets and show those filthy fucking clanners how underprepared they are for a punch to the dome. But obviously that probably won't be happening for a little while anyway. It's true, Sumitha. Blew up the ground under them, or for that matter, drop buildings on them. I remember descriptions of them, like, undermining buildings so they would topple over onto Clint. But I mean, you know, that's a little difficult to do sometimes on the tabletop. Yeah, blowing up cities with indirect fire instead of closely... See, yeah, that was the other part of it, was like, we were doing the Battle of Tukiyid, and we set it up so that there was a city that Comstar was in, and there was a bunch of space for the clanners to move across in some middle engagement range, and the clans were just like, ah, fuck it, artillery. Which is, again, like... You kinda... A good clan player, in my opinion, is one who... I mean, it's just the way the clans are balanced. Outside of just doing raw battle value, they're supposed to fight a certain way that makes sense out of their mechs, that makes them relatively balanced relative to the inner sphere. And most players just don't. And I don't blame them, because who the hell wants to... I'd rather play a war game that's just balanced than play a war game where it's balanced if I roleplay. So I understand, but it also wasn't fun to... I mean, you know, I had a good time with the day overall, but it wasn't fun in a gameplay sense to just sit in one spot while somebody indirect fired all of my cover and then hit me with weapons that had, like, double the range of mine. Yeah, see, Vergaderone gets it. Vergaderone gets it. Oh, did I see little Cannibal Girl slip in there? How you doing, Cannibal? How are things? They did, WJ, but we were at the Battle of Tukiad, for God's sake. They had not thrown the rules out yet. Or they shouldn't have, anyway. Feel scatterbrained today. I'm sorry to hear that, Project Dark Fox. Just trying not to think right now. Little Cannibal Girl, that is precisely why I'm here right now. This is precisely why I'm here right now. I thought about not coming on today, but you know what? I need the distraction. And it occurred to me that some of you probably need a little bit of distraction too. So, in the nature of giving you that, there you go. You should be good and distracted now. Did that work? I'm going for kind of like a Krusty the Clown thing, I think. I'm not sure. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. No, don't do that. Hamburg Tack, thank you so much for that reminder. Actually need to drink a little bit of water. Acha. If the least that I can do is give you guys something for a couple hours tonight to focus on other than some of the stupid things going on in the world. Right? It's gotta be worth something. And in so doing, give myself something to focus on. And revive an old project that never got finished. That's good, right? Oh god, excuse me. How uncouth. How uncivilized. We're generally so very couth around here, too. Couth is my middle name. My parents didn't like me very much. One of the problems with clan honor rules is that most of the novels heavily feature the clans not properly following the rules, so a role player is justified not following them properly. I think that... See, Nanotanks, my fundamental problem with the clan honor rules is they are a cool idea. They are... Just stop there. They're a cool idea. They are. If you're sitting around coming up with reasons that they would have, you know, super badass mechs but not be overpowered, like, yeah, but they fight according to a warrior code. Like, that's awesome. Everybody loves the idea. But the actual technical implementation of them has been argued so many ways and followed so few times, and as you mentioned, it has been changed so many times depending on who's writing the damn books. It's just not tenable. It's just not tenable to require some of your players to roleplay in order for your game to be balanced. You can barely get players to roleplay in role-playing games, let alone in war games. Who the hell roleplays during a war game? Those people are few and far between, and God bless them. I'll throw down a little bit of smoke, actually. Well, no. Looks like I did a decent job washing this previously. I'm just going to leave that how it is. Leave these two rats out because they're illegal. Move him off to the side, because I don't think he even has the right number of metallics on him. I'm not going to worry about him for right now. I'll do him along with the other Malignus and the Spitter. We're just doing Stalkers tonight. Orc players indeed. What's up, hot stuff? How you doing, Dr. Rhino? How are things? We got a shout out for Dr. Rhino. My mods, I swear to God, my mods are better at this than I am. This whole streaming thing, what would I be without my mods? I'd be alone. And I wouldn't give shout outs. I like doing some RP for a Crusader kill team. See, that's the thing, like, and I'm not saying this is you, Rhino, I'm just using this to lead into another point, and really reinforcing what I was saying before. Everybody loves the idea of role-playing in wargames. Everybody loves the idea of, say, like, a series of campaign battles linked together with an interactive map of the world that you're fighting in. Say you capture a forward base in this battle, well, your resources are increased for a battle over here. Say you capture a tank factory, well, then you've got more tanks the next time you engage. Everybody loves the idea. It sounds so cool. The logistics of it, really doing it, they so rarely are as fun as the idea, as even coming up with the idea for them. Even when someone goes to the trouble of actually doing that, after they've come up with the idea, you find fairly quickly that it's not balanced, and thus it's not fun. Like, you just put in certain players at a disadvantage, so then when they inevitably lose that game, they're like, yeah, of course I lost, and then they lose interest in playing, and then they drop out of the campaign, and, you know, everybody loses. It's so very, like, to get a game like that going, you need a group of players who know one another, who play together a lot already, who know each other's play styles, and who aren't looking to just win. And you're not gonna find that in most, just like pickup groups, or groups that you put together at the friendly local game store. It's such a specific combination of factors. At least that's been my experience. Again, you can find that, like, with a carefully curated group of friends. It can happen, but it's so rare even then. And more often, you find that the way to get that experience is just go play a fucking video game where everything is already baked in and you're fighting AI and it doesn't matter anyway. Theory versus implementation. Always a huge factor. I agree. I really do. There's so many ideas that sound like so much fun. Doing them is different. Doing them is a challenge. As it turns out, it's very hard to do your own ideas sometimes. Everybody loves the idea. Like, every time they floated the idea, Games Workshop or anyone else. I remember when Gates of Antares tried to do an international campaign for the release of their Battle of Xylos supplement. And everybody loved the idea. You register online, you register your force. You're like, okay, I am this force of Freeborn, and I have this roster, and, you know, I fight against, I'm going to play my buddy Colby down at the friendly local game store, and we're going to put our battle report online, and that's going to be aggregated together with the other battle reports to determine how the story goes. Everybody loved the idea. Getting people to really play the games and report it was like pulling teeth. It was crazy. And half the people who did report with, like, a couple of pictures, such and such won, it didn't look like he was gonna, but then he did. Like, that's the whole report. It's so frustrating. Only stick with the existing rules for a crusade, for example, and build a narrative around the fight. Like, I think that the Chaos Campaign rules for Battletech are actually a really, really good balance for that kind of gameplay. And I also think that Battletech is one of the better suited games for it, because Battletech isn't balanced anyway. Battletech is not, and some people might want to argue with me on this, but, you know, everything on this channel is my opinion. Battletech is not a competitive wargame, like, on almost any level. You can make it into a competitive wargame by applying certain balancing systems, playing strictly according to BV2, for instance, you know, but at its core, it's not a balanced wargame. Even if you apply BV2, the way damage is applied and the randomization factor to hit locations, it just isn't. Battletech it's a random bullshit simulator. Battletech is closer, classic Battletech, mind you, less so Alpha Strike. Alpha Strike is definitely crunchier. Not crunchier, but I don't even want to say it's more balanced, but it's easier to balance, I think is fair to say. And, but Battletech is closer to a role-playing game already. Because you can go into a battle and be like, alright, I flanked, you know, okay, there's the enemy there, and I'm gonna move my Shadowhawk around for a flank, and I'm flanking a Locust, or, you know, I'm trying to think of a specific game I played against my wife. I flanked her Centurion with my Shadowhawk, and I was doing really well, and then a fucking Locust 1E runs behind, turns around, fires all 4 weapons, only hits with the small laser, gets a through armor critical, and cracks open my fusion core with a double crit. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess that's it for that Shadowhawk. And that's not balance. That's not competitive balance in any way, shape, or form. That's random bullshit. But that's why I like the game. Ultimately. And it might sound stupid for me to say after all my talk of don't talk about realism in these games, but that's also weirdly kind of realistic. In real life, anytime you shoot a bullet at somebody, all kinds of crazy shit can happen. It doesn't matter if you're wearing the best armor that mankind has ever created. It doesn't matter if you're the best trained soldier. It doesn't matter if you have 300 experience points in running and gunning. One random bullet can get in under your armor and blow your brains all over the inside of your helmet, because battle is dangerous, man. Stack pulled by a Locust. NC Coretto gets it. How you doing, NC? But see, I have fun with that nonsense. I admit I get a little, if a game is competitive, like tightly competitive, I get maybe a bit too into it sometimes. I get real into the meta-analysis, I get real into the list building, and I have to stop myself from doing that if I'm going to play. It's just, you know, I've learned that about myself. As a result, I do enjoy competitive games in the right context, but if I'm just relaxing and having fun, I need a game that is kind of removed from it. It's kind of why Battletech helps to relax me. Because when my shit blows up, on some level I can go, well, I had no real control over that. And I can just have fun, you know? I'm not going to say that's, you know, the healthiest mindset, but it's just sort of true. Yeah, campaigns are exactly that, Nanotanks. Campaigns are a great idea. You couldn't win with even resources? Sweet. Well, guess what? Now you have less resources, so how's the next battle going to go? Yeah, it always sounds good, and it never quite goes the way you're hoping, you know? Haven't seen Colby in a long time. He's still around, Rodan. I'm not... He does a lot of play testing now, and obviously he's been in school and he's been working on, like, buying a house. So it wouldn't surprise me if he hasn't been around the friendly local shops as much lately. Golden BB, there you go. In BV2, the Charger has a higher battle value than a Griffin? Does it really? That seems insane. Why does Battletech suck? For the same reason, it's awesome. Dark Fox, you are absolutely right on with that one. Alpha Strike is definitely a more competitive, capable game, but yeah, Classic is delightful because random shit can happen. And that's what I love about Classic, and it's what I love about 3025, for that matter, even removing Clan Tech, because Clan Tech does a lot to remove those edge scenarios from the game, with Case, and with, double heat sinks, and so on and so forth. It removes a lot of those edge cases, you overheat less, you're less likely to die from a magazine explosion, but I'm like, that's why I'm playing the game. I love the idea that anytime someone shoots at me, no matter if it's with just one small laser or not, like, there is a combination of dice rolls, as unlikely as it may be, that can result in me just kind of exploding. So as a result, you don't want to get shot at all, not one damn time. Interestingly enough, while that is the potential, more often than not, what really happens in 3025 Classic Battletech is you shoot each other over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And then it's 2 a.m. and you're like, well, I guess we're gonna call the game. Which is why I do a bunch of house rules when I play CBT 3025. I definitely make it easier for mechs to explode, and I make shots hit more often. Best example of random bullshit is the single LMG trooper versus the fresh Daishi. Killing the Daishi with a single burst of light machine gun. Okay, blew the head off. See, I like moments like that, as goofy as they are, because you can be like, well, I guess the mech tech left a fuel line unsecured. Whoopsie daisy. Mistakes were made and got part of the Kickstarter clan invasion. I don't think you'll find it to be that much of a mistake, Rodan. Those are some really nice looking minis. And I'd be willing to bet that people getting in on Wave 2 are going to get slightly nicer product than those coming in off Wave 1, just because they've had a couple of issues, but they look to be resolving them. But that's awesome, man. Dude, play some... Get the Battletech rolling down in San Antonio. Hell yeah! And, you know, encourage everybody locally to play with my terrain. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody for the Vallejo smoke. I can kind of move on from that now. Excellent. Excellent. Scoot these guys to the side while they dry. These guys should be dry by now. 3025 is a slog. NC Corretto, I'm not going to disagree with you. It has the potential for all those things, but it can be a real slog. Like I said, that's why when I'm playing 3025 Classic, I am always like, alright, have range penalties right off the bat. Just have them. None of that +4 bullshit. It goes 0, 1, 2. Boom. Straight up. Often I will also say now double ranges. And that's not just because of the difficulty of landing shots, but also because I play with terrain at mech scale rather than map scale. And if we are converting map scale to mech scale, ranges would be longer. It feels a little funny when I'm like, well, my medium laser can fire 150 feet. That doesn't seem right. So yeah, I have the range penalties, I double the ranges. This just results in mechs dying faster and getting hit more often. And it honestly... It doesn't, yeah, Gunnery 3 Piloting 4, that's another good one, Dark Fox. It doesn't detract from the game at all, it makes it play more reasonably. But this is kind of what I love about Battletech, is that it's an a la carte game system. You can take the pieces that you like, leave the parts that you don't, and even add in a few things. And I mean, there's no standardized version of Battletech that people are playing, the world over. Of course, when I'm playing 3025, I also tend to use the forced withdrawal rules, which is admittedly me role-playing to a certain degree. I need to use some coal black, baby. But then I love the 3025 setting, and the notion that battle mechs are so rare that the idea of losing one is like, well, I mean, even if I survive, my life is effectively over at that point. I'm never getting another one. This battle mech has been in my family for 200 years. I definitely need to preserve it. I love, love, love that setting. And for that matter, for your opponent, like, killing a battle mech doesn't really make that much sense. You're exposing yourself to more danger by forcing a confrontation with a mech that is trying to run away. Let him go. It's you know, chivalry applied to a futuristic battlefield. You know that you let him go, and in turn, if given the chance, he would also let you go. Nobles agreeing not to kill one another because there are plenty of peasants to kill. Run away! Run away! Yeah, that's just it, NC Corretto. I like the scarcity of the 3025 setting. I mean, honestly, I liked the original Battle Droid setting when they were like, battle mechs haven't been built in 200 years. They changed that almost immediately when they released Battletech. They were like, okay, we're building battle mechs, just not a lot of them. But then, and it's one of my primary complaints, I know that there are lots of, people complaining about the clan invasion, derby-derby-doo. One of my primary complaints about moving myself forward through the clan invasion is just that at a certain point you're like, whatever, they're building battle mechs all over the place now. We got factories here, we got factories there, we got new designs coming out, who gives a shit? I liked it better when it was... You know, for that matter, I like random assignment tables, because anybody can min-max a battle mech. Anybody can, well, if you strip these weapons out of the Shadowhawk and put these other weapons in the Shadowhawk, then it becomes good. But I'm like, that's not the point. The question is, what if you were a person in this universe, and the mech that just fell into your lap was a Shadowhawk missing a medium laser and with a bum knee. What do? How do you make that work? Figure it out. It's almost more like a puzzle game at that point, you know? You're not wrong, Samara, but we have to ignore certain truths about actual reality for the sake of our fantasy space battles sometimes. I mean, technically, if you want to apply that logic, Sumitha, pardon, we never would have built battle mechs in the first place. Like, really, if we're applying the logic of tanks are better, which they are, we would never build battle mechs in the first place. It just wouldn't happen. Someone would build a battle mech and everyone would go, yeah, that's really cute. I'm gonna keep building tanks now because that's fucking stupid. And the battle mech would never achieve any sort of realistic popularity on the battlefield because it's just a stupid idea. But that stupid idea is what drives our imaginations. And so we just accept that this isn't the case. It is the primary conceit of Battletech, is take this dumb idea and imagine for a moment that people wanted to do it. They don't need to, Machine God. I would like one, yes. Oh, that was a lot of booze. Have fun DFAing a tank in a tank. Imagining like some Mario shit. Badoop. But none of that needs to be done, Machine God. Tanks can't climb a vertical mountain. We have helicopters. we don't need tanks to climb vertical surfaces. That's not a thing. Tanks can't punch. I mean, I'm not gonna disagree with you on that one, but that is rule of cool. I love mechs punching shit. I think by now that's probably obvious. Thank you so much. Now, Scud24 just stumbled onto one of my favorite things about MechWarrior Dark Age, and that was the notion of industrial mechs with guns strapped onto them. I fucking love the civilian and industrial mechs they had in Dark Age. I love the idea of somebody taking, you know, a power lifter and being like, well, what do we got? We got a bunch of 50 cal machine guns and a tank cannon. We'll duct tape that shit on there and let's get fighting. Like, I fucking love that idea. I think it's so evocative. It's so romantic, you know, in the weirdest possible way. Oh. Not trying to apply the tanks are better approach, I'm talking about pouring out tons of tanks, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if we are going to apply the logic of, well, if there aren't enough mechs, then they're going to build tanks. If we're going that realistic with it, we similarly have to go, well, we would just build tanks anyway. Like, that begs the question of why aren't we doing that? Elementals, though. Power armor in general. NC Corretto, I think that power armor makes way more sense than battle mechs in almost every conceivable way. Same goes with the Titans and Epic 40k. They aren't very practical, but they look awesome. Now, Red Rogers Games, first of all, welcome. And secondly, I would note that thematically, there are a lot of things in the 40k universe that don't strictly make sense, logistically speaking, but are done for the sake of psychological warfare. Psychological warfare is a massive, massive theme in 40k, and for that matter, doing insane, over-the-top things that don't make any sense sheerly for the sake of doing them, like, that is a theme of 40k. So I feel like they almost fit better. I'm not trying to say battle mechs don't fit in Battletech, I'm just making the point that Battletech is a fundamental conceit against good sense. Tanks can't punch. Well, not yet they can't. Yeah, not with an attitude like that they can't. Only gets enough power for the PPCs when its alternator's running, so you have to sprint to fire it. Scud24, I love your brain. I love the way your mind works. That is... yeah. It's one of the reasons that I like the Sentinel battle mech as much as I do, because written into the lore of it is the notion that its gun jams so much that the pilots tend to have dents on their chest, because the one free arm on the Sentinel is generally used to pound it in the chest and clear up the jam on the autocannon. Like, that's character right there. I love that. It's one of the reasons I like the Charger 1A as much as I do. It's a piece of shit. The Charger 1A, comparing stats across the board, is a piece of garbage that no one should ever use. But it's good because they made a bunch of it. They didn't sell any of it. They mothballed most of them into a warehouse, and then the Succession Wars happened. So by the time anybody unearthed the Charger in its various warehouses, suddenly we're in a very different battlefield. We're in a battlefield where those fancy pulse lasers people were coming out with, well, we don't really have those anymore. Nowadays, if you've got 2 legs and a gyro, you're worth piloting. Anything that big is worth piloting. Mechs are getting much closer, longer range weapons are less reliable. So suddenly, the Charger is good. It just needed to wait for its Goldilocks zone. Industrial mech romance. Power armor is dumb in everything. Well, that's crazy, Puck Duncher. Power armor is cool in everything. That's exactly the opposite of truth. Then they do that in Grey Death Legion novels, thought they assaulted a Draconis-held city with gunned-up aggro mechs. I didn't read that one, if that happened. It's very possible, though. Watch too many VTubers, so forgive me for this, but I want to give you head pats. No head pats. I didn't know VTubing was a thing until recently, when I found some streamers who use what I'm assuming is... That's where you project, like, a character over your own face, right? Like you project a character and you use a voice changer? I confess I don't understand it. I mean, I guess I understand it. You want to stream, but maybe you're a little anxious, or... you're just really into being that character and you don't want to be like yourself on the internet because the internet is a horrible place. Like, I get that. I don't get it in the sense that when I'm watching it, I'm constantly a little bit confused. I don't know. I'm not articulating my thoughts on that one very well. I am now aware of it, though, is really the point. Tell me what to do, Puck Duncher. Fucking, I'll ramble all night if that's what I want to do. Ramble, ramble, ramble. I'm just coming along and doing coal black on all the leather parts because I did kind of a warm gray the first time, and I don't think I understood much of color theory at the time because I need cool colors here to make these details pop out without having to do a lot of detailing.
When watching Thunderhead's stream, you
I am
may
on
feel
camera.
the urge to do the cha-cha because he
on
likes to
camera,
slide
baby.
it to the left and then slide it to the right and then hold it off screen entirely.
Nonsense.
Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Nonsense, I say to you. Love the old mucky mechs, a
Do you
Shadowhawk
like
Charger.
Sexy battle mechs, sexy
Yeah.
streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead's stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. See, I feel like Dark Fox, you're one of the first people I've known or spoken with to any degree where I can kind of, just because of the way you run your stream, and, you know, your character that you're often sort of personifying, like, you're the closest to me understanding it, I feel like. The closest person I know to... That's not a good sentence. None of those are good sentences. I think you know what I'm trying to say. I was not aware that it was a thing until fairly recently is all. Relatable. There we go. Words are hard. Talking no good. I'm not good at talking. Basically illiterate. Of course, I'd also say that it also makes more sense to me from the perspective of someone who's done cosplay. Because until I did that, I didn't really understand the power that comes with wearing a mask, which sounds strange, but I become a bit of a different person when I put my mask on. When I put on my judge's helmet, when I put on my Jason Voorhees mask, when I put on my hood for Arrow. And I always did costumes where I covered up my face. Like, I did like one where I didn't, and I didn't like it as much. But when my face is completely covered, when I really just become another person for a little while, like, my whole attitude changes. And, like, I guess I understand it in that sense. I'm able to just be someone else for a while. Which sometimes you need that, you know? Though admittedly, the person I'm choosing to be in those cases is usually like
Welcome,
a corrupt
everyone,
cop.
to Thunderhead Studios.
This is
where
important.
the only rule is...
Very
Please
important.
don't show me your genitals.
Please don't do it.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me.
Don't
For
do
the
it.
love of God.
Don't do it. But of course, like I said, the people that I become in those circumstances are like, you know, murderous, corrupt police and, murder zombies. So, I don't know what that says about me. Need some inspiration considering building a jellyfish-looking drone for your little diorama. Interesting, tell me more. That'll be a neat project. TRO Junkyard. A book of flawed mech lines like the Charger or Sentinel that got shelved due to some issue, only to be redeployed when nothing better was left in ample supply. It's some of my favorite writing in the Battletech universe. Having a 2D avatar would make me feel even better. Mask cosplay is a lot of fun, also seeing how people interact with their favorite character. I mean, one of the reasons that I really like it is, and this is going to sound, like I realize, before I even say it, I realize the wording of this is going to sound questionable. The shit that people let me get away with in those masks. Shit that, like, if I just walked up to people on the street, and I was like, I'm gonna shove you into the ground and twist your arm behind your back and pretend like I'm arresting you. Obviously, they wouldn't let me do that, but when I'm dressed as a judge... Obviously, it's all contextual. Obviously, it's, you know, at a con, people are looking to get pictures taken. You don't just do this to random people. But the number of people who are willing to let me just manhandle them, just torque their arms behind their backs and shove them up against walls and stand, you know, put them on their knees and hold a gun to their head. Like, they're just like, this is great fun. And I'm like, you're right, it is, actually. This is, I don't know what that says about me. Again, this is probably nothing good. Yeah, sports team mascot. I could see that. How you doing today, Aeon Drummond? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, I would imagine that's true, Cannibal Girl. That was something I was always very careful with, was, like, as much as I enjoyed it, I was very, very careful with, like, no unwanted contact. And I was careful not to ever cross that line, because that obviously is one that can be crossed very quickly, and clearly there are plenty of creeps at cons. One of my favorites was also Jason Voorhees, because with Jason Voorhees, like, I like to go to cons and just be in character the whole time. So it's not even like, you know, they come up and we have a little conversation and I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna grab you by the head and I'm gonna break your neck now, okay? I would just stand there and stare at people, just with the wide eyes behind the mask, just stare right at them. They're like, oh, let me take a picture, and I would just kind of, like, sort of bring my hands up and put them on their head and then go, and sort of torque their head a little bit and then look over to the camera, you know? Or go to stab them with my machete and just sort of indicate what they should do with my body language, and generally people go along with it. I like doing the full in-character thing, though. When I was doing Jason Voorhees, I didn't speak all day. I would just manhandle people. Really, Roland? I mean, it definitely happens to dudes. It definitely I got groped a little bit when I was Arrow. That did happen. Let it be known that it is not just creepy dudes at cons, though creepy dudes at cons will also grope dudes, I discovered. It's just creepy people. And you know what it really is just anytime you've got you know, events like that, the creeps come out of the woodwork for them because they know they're going to be able to get away with shit. It's not fun for anybody at that point. It was never that bad for me, Cat. It was just like, oh yeah, that just happened. The most groped that I ever got at a convention in costume was by John Barrowman. It wasn't in like a terrible way. Like, he was obviously just being like, ooh, you know. And it was one of those where it's like he's doing it so obviously nobody has any doubts about it, and he did it so obviously and in such a way that I could have at any point just been like, oh no, and he would have been like, oh okay, you know, no, yeah. But it was mostly for the sake of photography and because he's John Barrowman. He had also been pretty flagrantly hitting on me prior to that. Though again, obviously not in a particularly serious way. The dude's married. Hey, what's going on, Just Dices? Can we get a we gotta shout out? I didn't even have to say anything. Look at that. He is kind of gropey. Yeah, but that's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, he's John Barrowman. It's one of his things. You both expect it, and it's also very clear that if at any point you're like, whoa, don't do that, like he's hands off at that point. He's like, okay, yeah, cool, no problem. It's if you play along a little bit. How's my print going up there? Nothing coming apart? Excellent. Yeah, I got that a lot, Kat. I got that from Barrowman. He was remarking on just how much I looked.
I liked battle mechs. So I put a battle mech in your battle mech.
It's not, though. It's not broken.
And now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
It's not broken. I checked. He gave me a lot of guff over how much I looked like Stephen Amell on that day, too, which I thought was pretty funny. We got a pretty fantastic picture the day that, because I met Barrowman a few times, and once I went as the Dark Archer from Arrow, and my buddy Luke went as Arrow, and we got one of the best pictures ever, where it's like him and I in a combat pose, and then Barrowman and Amell standing behind us with their arms crossed.
That was a good one. Warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
It's just your allergies. How you doing today, Dices? Lovin' Doctor Who. Yeah, Doctor Who's definitely where... Doctor Who's where everybody learned about John Barrowman, just about. Captain Jack was such a damn great character, and he was so much fun, and he's such an amazingly involved actor, and he's been so cool to the fans. John Barrowman, dude, had a tip jar for charity on his table due to how many people would grope him, so he charges for it now. Captain Jack came back in Doctor Who? Really? I haven't watched Doctor Who since midway through the Matt Smith run. I'm way behind at this point. Have a photo of yourself being strangled by J.G. Hertzler? Holy shit, that's fucking awesome, dude. One of my favorite pictures. Have I shared it with you guys yet? One of my favorite pictures I got was with, this is humiliating. I can't think of his name. JDF, Jason David Frank. Jason David Frank is one of the just most welcoming and most professional actors I've dealt with in a convention setting. The day that I got a photo with JDF, it was at the end of the day, and I've done this before. I've gotten photos with actors in this exact scenario, and they have just been, like, tired. Just tired. Ugh. And I get it. They've been doing these stupid photos all fucking day long. They had a bunch of energy in the beginning of the day. They might not have wanted to be there in the first place, and they're just tired. You know? And sometimes you gotta just put up with the fact that, well, the actor I really wanted to meet is not that excited to meet me. He doesn't have a lot of energy for me, but whatever. He's taking a picture with me, so that's what we're gonna do, and it's fine. JDF had been posing all day long. He had done multiple photo shoots. He had done shoots with him in his Green Ranger costume. He had done shoots with him in his White Ranger costume. He had done shoots with him in his alternate White Ranger costume from a YouTube series. He had done a karate expo earlier in the day. He had done 2 separate panels, and he had signed autographs all day, and this was the second day of a 3-day convention. This man had been working for 2 solid fucking days. If I'd gotten up there and he had just been like, oh, just take the fucking picture, I would have been like, yes sir, Jason David Frank, sir, let's get it done. I was towards the end of the line, the convention was closing, I showed up in my Dark Archer outfit from Arrow, and he was full of energy. He was full of energy. I went up to him and I was just like, because you don't have a lot of time to talk to these guys when you're doing these photo shoots a lot of the time, but I went up and I was like, alright, so I had an idea if you're willing to do it. He's like, yeah, sure, lay it on me. I'm like, alright, so I want you to take this arrow that I've got here and hold it like I just shot it at you and like you just caught it, okay? And he's like, yeah, no, I got a cool idea. Yeah, let's totally do that. And I struck my little pose with my bow where I had just, released the arrow, and he struck, he strikes the full-on fighting pose, serious look on his face, and he's got the arrow held in his hand like, oh no, you didn't just fire an arrow at me. It was so much fun. It was so much fun, and he made that moment so special that I still remember it now. And that was just one moment, a long day of shit that he'd been doing. And that honestly, it's moments like that I enjoy going to the conventions for, and people like him. Yeah, that's exactly it, Machine God. JDF is all about the fans. And I really appreciated it. I've got that picture up on my wall right there. Like, if I look up, I can see it. I'll post it. I'll post it to the Discord after this. He was just such a damn good sport. Interestingly enough, him and Manu Bennett. Manu Bennett is a weird, intense guy who got in a little bit of trouble for beating some people up at a convention, actually. But he was a really, really good sport about photos. He did a photo with myself and my wife where she was dressed as Roy Harper and I was dressed as Arrow, and he put his hand around my throat and then I jumped up in the air, like he was holding me in the air by my neck. Like, that was a good one, too. Oh yeah, Kursal, I'll put it up. I will put that photo up in the Discord later. I don't know that I have a digital copy of it. I might just have to take a picture of it on my wall and send that. This was a while ago. It was before they were necessarily offering digital copies of con photos every single time. Nowadays, that's considered pretty standard. I'll share my pictures that I got with John Barrowman, too. I only got 2 of those. I met him more times than that. I also got a decent picture with Jules Pierre Mao. With, I should really remember the actor's name. He played Shredder in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, and he was Jules Pierre Mao in The Expanse. He was a good sport, too. He was a lot of fun. Somebody help me out. Somebody give me this. Francois Chow, thank you so much, Roland. I was like, I know the dude's fucking name. I said it 2 days ago. Follow John on most social media. That guy is a hoot. He really is. I had a pretty good experience also with, oh god, I'm blanking on names tonight and it's embarrassing. Somebody help me out. RoboCop, for fuck's sake. He was in Sons of Anarchy. God damn it. These are names that I say regularly in conversation, and it's like when I'm on stream, my brain just blanks the fuck out. Not Ron Perlman. Peter Weller. Thank you very much, Crossbow Roof. It was Peter Weller. By the way, good to see you, Crossbow Roof. How are things? So Peter Weller was an interesting one. That was a con when I was dressed up as Judge Lex. Which, I don't know if you guys know this, but my Judge costume is not in fact Judge Dredd. It is in fact Judge Lex. Hey, SP Firestarter, good to see you, man. So the judges in general have a direct lineage to RoboCop. RoboCop was, in its initial production stages, going to be a Judge Dredd movie. And the licensing fell through, and ultimately they just sort of shifted gears and made it about a robot, or a cyborg, rather. But it's the same story, and if you look at the story beats of RoboCop, like, you can absolutely see how with a few changes to the overall script, it could easily be a Judge Dredd movie. It's got a similar sort of dark humor to it. And this is only necessary because I'm pretty sure Peter Weller... It's only necessary to say this because I'm pretty sure Peter Weller was aware of this. So, I was in line to meet Peter Weller. And I'm dressed up like that, and the wife is dressed up as Mama from Dredd. And the line ahead of me was like, if you've been to conventions, you know the guys who are just there to get stuff to sell on eBay. And the line was just the guys who were there to get stuff sold on eBay. The dude ahead of me had like 10 posters with him that he paid to have signed. He was also in Star Trek Into Dark. Peter Weller's been in a lot of stuff. He was also the voice of Batman in The Dark Knight Returns, the animated version. And he did a good job, too, for that matter. Frustrating day at work. I'm sorry to hear that, Crossbow Roof. And, of course, who can forget Buckaroo fucking Banzai? In fact, we can bring this conversation back around and link it right into Battletech, because technically Peter Weller should be a canon character in Battletech through Buckaroo Banzai. How about that? How about that? With his fucking oscillation overthruster. Okay, but I'm in line, and the guy ahead of me, like I said, he had like 10 posters, and he was having all of them signed not to anybody. It was just sign your name. Just sign Peter Weller on each and every one of them, each and every poster. Like, these were going to eBay in the few hours after the convention. That's just what that guy was there to do. And most of the people in line were there for the same thing. They had a bunch of, like, Sons of Anarchy stuff for him to sign, and a couple of posters, and it was all just, it was eBay crap. And he was not having a good day. You could tell he was like, what have I done with my life? Or at least, what am I doing with this day? Like, I'm just here getting a little bit of cash and putting up with these fucking people. And I got up to the desk, and he brushed his hand back across his head like, oh, and he looks up, and his eyes lit up a little bit when he saw my costume. He was like, oh, shit. Okay. Yeah. And I handed him my copy on Blu-ray of RoboCop, and I was like, dude, this is one of my favorite movies, and it means so much to meet you. Could you please sign this to me? And gave him my name. And I don't know if this is true, but I feel like I had to have brightened his day just a teeny little bit in that moment, because you could see it in his eyes. You could see he went from completely downtrodden to a little like, okay, yeah, sure. And we talked for a little bit. We bullshitted for like a couple of minutes before he went to the next guy. And he talked about the development of RoboCop, which was pretty cool, actually. It was fun to get his perspective on it. It was funny to me because RoboCop is like one of the biggest movies in my whole, film watching lexicon, in my whole pantheon of film saints. And he was like, yeah, it was a fun little movie, it was a weird little project. I hated wearing that stupid suit. It was incredibly uncomfortable, and, everybody yelled at me all the time. But yeah, it's a cool little movie. I'm like, okay, Peter, whatever. But, it brightened him up for a couple of minutes, and it was a fun interaction, and I hope that I gave him a little bit of just a slightly better day. But his eyes lit up so much when he saw the costume, I feel like he had to know. He has to know what Judge Dredd is. He has to know the connection that it has to RoboCop, otherwise he probably wouldn't have reacted that way. Those are the moments that I go to conventions for. Moments like, when I was there as Jason Voorhees meeting Ken Kersinger, who played Jason Voorhees in Freddy vs. Jason, which is what my costume was from. Him and what's up, Smoke8622. How you doing? See a lot over on the Discord. Welcome to the stream. Anyway, cutting those last stories short, I was there as Jason Voorhees, the wife was there as Freddy Krueger, Ken Kersinger and Robert Englund were at the con signing, next to each other. They were sitting at tables kind of across from one another. As you might expect, Robert Englund had a line going like back around the corner. And Ken Kersinger did not. Nobody knows who Ken Kersinger is. He did Jason like one time. And a couple other roles where they hired him because he was giant. And we were like, well, I want to get my shit signed by Ken Kersinger. You know, I want to go and meet him because I did his Jason specifically, and I'm like, let's go meet him. And it was much easier to get up to him too because the line was much shorter. And he fucking lit up when he saw my costume. He was super duper into it. And then Robert Englund comes storming over from his table. Like, he just left his line standing there. He runs over and just is like so enthusiastic about our costumes, and he did a series of impromptu photos with us right there. Like, just grabbed a random person, here, take the camera, let's do some poses. Like, it was ridiculous. Did one where it was like myself and my wife coming at each other like we were gonna fight, and Robert Englund is coming up over her shoulder with this ridiculous look on his face, and Ken Kersinger is like trying to hold me back. And it was so much fun. That was a good day. Yeah, Robert Englund is a jackass. That dude is a fucking ham. He loves every second of that crap. And you can really, really tell. And I mean, I would say at that convention too, a cool moment happened later. Ken Kersinger's handler came and found me. I need to decide what I'm doing next on these guys. I've just been bullshitting. Ken Kersinger's handler came and found me walking around the convention later on because he was doing photos with fans, like his photo shoot you would pay to get photos taken with him, and they had bought him a machete to do the photos with, so he would, have a machete. And they bought him a machete from, like, the local Walmart. So first of all, it was a real fucking machete, and secondly, it was, like, all modernized with, like, a serrated back edge and, like, an bright orange grip on it and everything, which is just completely wrong for Jason Voorhees. So he had his handler come find me and asked to borrow my machete, because my machete is a replica of the one that he had in Freddy vs. Jason, all the way down to the nicks out of the blade and everything, because I'm an obsessive weirdo, That's how I do costumes. Obsessively and weirdly. Well, let's highlight the coal black areas I just did. Why not? They'll be simple and quick. Where is my... There it is, Ghost Gray. That's what I want to use. Dumb nerd. Met England when you were in high school. We showed up at your place. Your mom was working. You were doing some odd jobs.
Welcome
Interesting.
back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Robert Englund is he's a remarkably down-to-earth dude from my experiences with him. I've met Robert Englund twice. Both of them were in convention settings, so, I don't know if they count as much as more organic meetings. Which one, O'Coral? Freddy vs. Jason? Actually, I like that movie quite a lot. It's stupid, but I like it. Gonna make me paint you a supernova. Well, Firestarter, hopefully here pretty soon we'll be able to go ahead and get that list of fall to spring redemption mechs started. I should have these two I'm working on finished late Sunday, and I think after that we'll be able to open up redemptions. I'm gonna stop telling you when specific I'm gonna open up redemptions, because 90% of the time I'm full of shit. Ended up carrying his luggage to his room. Oh, shit. The first scene that Weller had in the suit when they were filming was a real source of worry. It took so much effort to act that. Yeah, I've heard that the suit, the RoboCop suit for that first movie, was a real pain in the ass. And having seen people recreate the actual costume pieces for the sake of cosplay, I believe it. It looked like it was really uncomfortable. Nightmare on Elm Street? You want to watch Nightmare on Elm Street on Friday the 13th? My god, you are an absolute mad lad. Got to meet R. Lee Ermey. I don't know if that counts. That totally fucking counts. R. Lee Ermey's a badass, dude. I do have a picture somewhere of my wife standing with Peter Mayhew. He's seated and still taller than she. Yeah, Peter Mayhew was really something. Really, really something. Why don't you stream? Forgot it wrong. Yeah, dude, do a stream tonight. You got something you want to stream? Fucking do it, man. Why not? Answer me that question, Forgot it wrong. Why not stream tonight? Met him at Ross with your mother. No shit. It was also an oven. Yeah, I would imagine. I wore the Judge Lex costume in Texas. And all that was leather and a couple hard pieces of plastic, and that thing was very much like walking around with an oven on. It was crazy. I can't imagine that much plastic. And then he had like rubber body glove parts underneath and shit. All the soft parts would have been black leather and or rubber. Like, I can't even imagine how much of a pain that must have been. Keep the Johnny Depp theme going. That's right, you get to see Johnny Depp get sucked into a bed and then like 500 gallons of blood spray out of the bed onto the ceiling. That was how he killed Johnny Depp, right? I'm pretty sure it was. I don't want to establish Johnny Depp as a theme, though. That was not the theme. The theme was Halloween. The theme was not Johnny Depp. For God's sake. What's up, Thunderdome Drew? Can we get a holy shit cats all over that? There's your shout out, buddy. Guys, if you haven't checked out Thunderdome Drew, you really should. I know we got a shout out for Just Dices earlier, but I wanted to go ahead and mention, definitely go give her a follow as well. Yeah, that's pretty rough, Samir. Sumatha, I'm gonna get it eventually, man. Absolutely, Thunderdome Drew. How are things, man? Oh, I gotta send you a tracking number. Thank you for reminding me by being here. It's true. She is. Well, as much shit as I give you, Sumatha, the intent is never to disrespect your choice of names. I just, got it wrong first. And I like to be consistent. And you've been a good sport about it, for that matter. Listen to a fantastic podcast about imposter syndrome, and it's helped the headspace. Dude, you should post a link to that, because that is speaking my language. I am imposter syndrome made manifest. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing most of the time. And almost every single time I start the stream up, I'm like, alright, today's the day. Today's the day everyone realizes you have no fucking clue what's going on. I suspect you already know that, though. Today's the day everyone realizes you've been tricking them. I'd like to listen to that. Dude, put it up in the, if you don't mind, pop it over onto the Discord. Just put it in general. I'll check it out. I would estimate most people in this stream could do with a listen to something on imposter syndrome, because it afflicts a lot of us. A whole lot of us. Soothe with a M in the middle and an at the end. Traditional Scottish Gaelic for serpent, dragon, and lethal weapon. Sumatha had to register his face as a lethal weapon. And that's why we pronounce his name properly. Oh, Mary Sue. Yeah, I'm familiar with that monster. So you're like Rey from Star Wars. Lethal Weapon 1, 2, or 3. Do I know who Devin Nash is? Not offhand, no. The name sounds familiar, but no, I can't say that I do. Su meow meow. Your best friend's moving to Ohio. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is it at least a good reason for the move? Like they got a good new job or something like that? Because the trick I've always found in situations like that is to just try to feel happy for the good change that they're making, you know? The positives that are going to come about in their life, even as we no longer get to hang out with them. Big deal from the OG gaming team circuit. Continues involvement with that. Interesting. I take it he does this podcast that you're talking about. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to read Demonesses yet. I haven't had a chance to read anything in the last, like, week. Though, you know, I might find myself with some more time this week, depending on how things go. Really is just kind of like a janky slapshot paint job I'm doing here tonight, but that's sort of the point. Something I don't have to worry so much about. God, do you hear the way I talk about my painting? How does that make any sense? Something I don't have to worry so much about. No, I worry so much about my painting, you guys. It's ridiculous. Lots of real talk and honest assessments. God knows we need more of that. God knows I need more of that. Time is a premium, and that was worth your time. Well, I'm definitely going to give that a listen, Thunderdome Drew. I really appreciate you sharing that with us, man. Because, yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a really, really common problem. Like, most people who are involved in art in any professional capacity suffer from it. In my experience. I think a lot of people suffer from it without knowing that it's a thing. Knowing, like, this is something that happens to people. You're not alone. It's very common, and I think it helps to talk about. Imposter syndrome is really, really rough. It even, it affects people, not just in the arts, it affects people in all walks of life and in all career paths. I've met people who are, like, highly educated and working in a technical field who suffer from imposter syndrome. I think to some degree it's this notion we get when we're young that, well, all the adults out there know what they're doing and everybody's, doing everything on purpose, and then we grow up and we become adults and we slowly realize that nobody has any fucking clue what's going on. Everybody's making it up. Or at least we are, at least that's how we feel, and that makes us feel like imposters. Everybody else knows what's going on, but I don't. I'm just faking it till I make it. I think it's important to realize the truth of it, that most people are faking it until they make it. Nobody really knows what the hell's happening. Oop, did I do his belt? Yeah, I did. Social media being so integral to artists getting their work out. Yeah, no, social media has not helped. The way that we represent ourselves online, the personas that we create, the fact that there are so many utterly dysfunctional people out there who, through the magic of social media, are able to portray to us the illusion that they are high-functioning, that they have their shit together, that they're on top of it. And there's a tendency to believe them, no matter how full of shit they are. I've just come to, in life, I've come to suspect that the more together a person appears to be, the more full of shit they probably are. And so far, I haven't been proven wrong. PhD in maths and work in data science, only a matter of time until someone figures out our entire team spends most of our time just warming up computers and data centers and don't produce much. Man, that's what makes the world go around, baby. Sumatriptan is the Yeah, I try not to use that one every time because I don't think it's as funny. I'm glad you appreciate that every time I do that, I'm really it's just me making jokes. It's just me being a jackass. I tease because I love. I tease because you guys are great. And that's how I learned in my very, very toxic family to show appreciation and love. And honestly, if I ever tease one of you guys out there and you're like, I really don't appreciate that, fucking tell me. I've had one viewer tell me that. I teased them a little bit, and they got with me on DM and were like, I really thought that you were more welcoming than that. And I was like, oh shit. I really did not mean to make you feel called out. I was just riffing, and it won't happen again. I don't mind. I'm wrong about shit all the time, guys. You can just tell me fucking stop and I will. Except Thunderdome Drew, I won't. No, I'm gonna tease him forever. Alright, one more quick round of highlights. Hey, what's up, Ion Raptor? Yeah, fuck that guy. Oh, wait. I like you, Drew. I like you. How you doing, Ion Raptor? It's good to see you, man. Those modification parts I saw you post up over in the 3D printing section on EBT are real nice looking, man. I think we're gonna see more of those now that there are all these new mechs from CGL coming out. I am going to have one of the new mechs fairly soon. Mad Mod over on EBT is sending me a Rifleman because he wants me to make some mod parts for alternate variants of the Rifleman. And hey, if that's what I gotta do, I'm down. Suma Triceratops? Yeah, that's absolutely a perfectly reasonable version of his name. Well done. There we go. Really, I have no complaints about it at all, Kursala. I get a mech and I gotta model some parts. Oh no, whatever will I do? It's not like I do that for fun or anything. The more people making them, the better, because we both know Yeah, no. Like, I've done some of them for the original box set, Ion Raptor, but, you know, then I got busy with my own work. And yeah, I want more and more people to be doing it. My dream is for almost everybody to be making parts for Battletech. Just to show them that they can't stop it. That if they try to, you know, play whack-a-mole with it, they're going to be doing it all damn day long. Of a librarian? I don't know that you did that. I don't remember a librarian that you posted on Sunday. And I would think that I would, had you done it. So please, feel free. Yes, Puck Duncher, even your mom. Puck Duncher's mom sculpted this awesome. Please do, Drew. I'd love to see it. Excuse me. Is anyone else having connection issues? I would like to know. I got a sneeze brewing. It's not gonna happen. No, it happened. Okay. Excuse me. Other than Raised by Wolves, what new shows should I be watching right now, chat? I say other than Raised by Wolves because I use a Roku and they haven't gotten their shit together enough to let me watch HBO Max. I said new shows, Sumitha. New shows. Fargo Season 4. Fargo in general, I haven't watched any of. This indie show that just came... Okay. That's... None of those things are true. Not one of those... Every single word in that sentence was wrong. To quote just the worst source. Mandalorian is not indie, you madman. All of Fargo. Is Fargo pretty good? I just finished off Season 1 of, Lovecraft Country, and for the most part enjoyed it, barring a couple of late season developments that I thought were a bit questionable. Interesting. I'll have to check it out, Puck Duncher. I wonder what service it's available on. If it's free on any of my services, then I'm definitely all over it. And by free, I mean, you know, included in the fees that I'm already paying. It's on Hulu? Perfect. I was about to say that I keep Hulu around for a reason, then I realized I can't think of what that reason is. I had them for a while because I really enjoyed Future Man. But that's pretty much over now. Letterkenny. Yeah, I need to watch Letterkenny. People keep telling me to watch it. I got a few episodes into the first season and it didn't quite grab me, but I understand that it's one of those that like gets better and becomes just amazing as the show goes on. The Great British Baking Show. I've been watching that, Truth Seekers, the Nick Frost show that is at least available through Amazon. I'm not sure who produced it. And it's okay. I like Nick Frost, generally speaking, and he's funny. It's not like a great show, though. At least not in the first 3 episodes. I know exactly how I forgot my basic Japanese structure. I never knew it. So I forgot it. Right? Totally. That makes perfect sense. When did you speak Japanese regularly, Kursala? What, not knowing it in the first place? Yeah. What Sumitha said. That's what I presumably also want to say. I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, is that sorry? No, damn it. No, I don't want to. No. No apologizing on my behalf. That's not how this works. It's not how any of this works. We don't take hints. We don't apologize. Call him something bad in Japanese. Call him like a dishonorable ninja or something. Jesus, that's racist. That's racist and dated. Oh, maybe I should just shut up. It's not the fucking 17th century. Just call him something bad in Japanese. I don't care what it is. Yeah, 4 syllables. For cat's name. For Catachongus. It's one that people get wrong a lot. Oh, I know that one because I watch anime. Baka. Nani? Honestly, you would think for as much Japanese as I've heard in my life that I would speak even a little bit of it. The closest I can get is I can separate words when listening to someone speak Japanese. I don't necessarily know what the words are, but I can usually pick up from the cadence where the word breaks are. Exactly, Puck Dutcher. Exactly. We are just weeby as fuck around these parts. For God's sake, one of the main things we paint here are big robots that people pilot around, which are based on Japanese anime from the 1980s that have been Americanized. We're pretty weeby. Oh, that was terrible. Oh, whatever. Tabletop.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
That's deserved.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
That's deserved. I earned that. Just did it again, for that matter. Yeah, whatever. We're moving along quickly. Holy moly. Wing Flash 231, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Thank you so much for that follow, man. I hope you're having a good day. And if you're not, I hope we can make it just a little bit better. That's not really a defense cat. You say you're older than a word doesn't make you not that word. Cat over here, who just the other night was sending me her fucking Inuyasha fanfic. That didn't really happen. It's not just before anybody gets excited. That's not actually a thing that happened. Wingflash 231. If you're ever curious about that, you can generally hit the command !STL right here in chat, and assuming that I've updated my my bot, it'll usually tell you. Was I the only one who was introduced to anime through Evangelion? Jesus, Sumatha, that is terrible. I'm trying to think of a good analog for that, but that's like being introduced to anime through, like, I know we've talked about this before, but Evangelion is like anime written by someone who fucking hates anime, and who kind of wants you to feel bad for enjoying it. Oh, Wing Flash, thank you so much for that. I genuinely need to check my posture and have a little bit of water to drink. Been sitting here drinking booze all night. Oh, God. What's up, Play and Win? Yeah. One of those times, at least, for Serial Experiments Lane was with me. And, by the way, thank you for that particularly strange experience. Oh, Wingflash 231. I'm just, you know, this is outside of our usual fare. Most of the time on here, I am painting Star Wars Legion or BattleTech. I dug these miniatures out the other day, and I just kind of needed something that's a little bit more relaxed. So I'm working on these Rat Men, these Veer Myn from Mantic Games' Deadzone. They have a new edition of their rules out, or at least a bunch of errata. I'm looking to try the game out again, so I'm getting these models I've had for a while kind of up to snuff. I started painting them about 3 years ago and never finished, so this is a bit of a recovery project for me. How about yourself, Wing Flash? You play many games? Blue, 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 blue. Words, talking words is hard. Wing works. Rat Poison Spewer still bullshit. See, he remembers. Play and Win remembers. They're less bullshit. You know what they are? They're more expensive now. And they also notably made the basic rat stalkers with the big drills are no longer legal. And that was the real heavy hitter in my list, was I could get the rats with the drills into a cube and then use the weight of all the other cheaper rats to give them a bunch of dice and punch through even heavily armored opponents. You can't do that anymore. They also made a bunch of other options cheaper and more viable, like the Nightmares. They made Nightmares cheaper and they gave them armor, which immediately makes me want to use them. Is this some kind of Vermintide stream I'm too imperial to get? That depends. How many slashes are in your sleeves? How big of a hat are you wearing, and how many buckles are on you right now? How you doing, Flavolicious? It is good to see ya. No. We're painting a little bit of Mantic's Deadzone minis. Badly. Just badly. I could barely focus on painting today. I just needed to do something. You know how it is. You know the score. Don't care for Deadzone, but I do like some Mantic. Mantic's a pretty good company. Make some decent minis. Yeah, I haven't played their Warpath, the like big version of this game, the full war game version, only the small skirmish version. They have personality, which I can appreciate. Yeah, I like what got me playing Deadzone was the existence of the Veer Myn. Somebody tell me I can play a sci-fi skirmish game and play as Ratman? Like, fuck it, I'm in. I'm on board. So of course, if you just want to lurk, Wing, that is perfectly fine. But I must say, I'm curious. You play any tabletop games, man? You into miniature painting? It's okay if you are. Most of us are around here. Ugh, just glorbing all over the place. Who gives a shit? Gonna bow out. Laters, WJ. Always a pleasure to see you, man. Hope you had a good time. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I hope to see you again Thursday. We're going to be playing some Dead Space 3. Wood carving, really? Well, that's pretty cool. Do you have anything you've done recently that you particularly want to share? We have a bit at the end of every stream called the Storm Report, and we are very, very welcoming to creators, makers, crafters of all shapes, sizes, and hobbies. And honestly, I think people would very much love to see what you're working on if you feel like posting it. It's real easy to do. If you feel like doing it, all you gotta do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the channel marked The Storm Report, and post up to 2 pictures of really just any creative endeavor you've been working on lately. It's kind of a cool way for everybody to share and to keep tabs on what everyone else in the community is doing, and then maybe get just a little bit of an oomph. I know how it can be sometimes when you don't have anybody to look at your work, you know? Just realized how much more I idle on this stream than talk. Well, Goofy Good Guitarist, considering the number of times I've seen messages from you, I would estimate you lurk quite a bit. Lurking's fine. I lurk in so many streams. There's nothing wrong with that.
How much budget do you shed?
Well, Wing, I understand that. It doesn't have to be finished. It's not necessarily a showcase. But I totally understand if you're still working on it. I want to come in and highlight their stupid fur a little bit here. It's all kind of soft details, so it's going to be muddy. What do I want to highlight with? Barbarian flesh. Wouldn't be bad for fur. Could give it a wash afterward. Yeah. Oh, Gear Falcon, I think we're going to change it up a little bit this week. I think Kat's going to be playing with me on Thursday. Which should be interesting, because she doesn't do well with spooky games. I do that with a lot of streams, Guitarist. I just have them on while I'm doing other stuff, you know? A little bit of background noise is it's good for the brain. Or bad for the... I don't know if that's actually good for my brain or not, but it helps me get shit done, so it can't be all bad. Already cut yourself 2 times by accident. Holy shit. Well, you know, they say some of the best works that you do are going to have a little bit of blood in them, though. If you have anything that you've done that you do want to share, you're always welcome to post in the Storm Report, my friend. We love, love, love to see what people are doing. I really like... I'm painting so poorly tonight, I feel like. I just... I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not really focused on my project at all. We're just... This is a distraction stream. My flesh colors and my fur colors are almost identical, which is a little irritating to me. I might have to do another wash on the skin to make it pinker. In fact, I think I will. Will I be streaming on the 26th? If that is a Sunday, Tuesday, or Thursday, more than likely, Roland. It's not a project till you bleed on it. Actually, I'm going to go much, much higher on this fur and then give it a wash to blend it together. I think that's a better idea than mucking about in these mid-tones. That just seems like a waste of time to me. No, not you. No, not you either. Not for these guys. Maybe... No. Something real light. Maybe as high as... I'm going to use this birch from Scale Color. This seems like a good option. Absolutely, Wing. Take your time. On the 13th, you're doing a birthday stream for 12 hours. Noon to midnight. Well, shit, I'll be there for at least some of that. Have we gotten a shout out today for Machine God? We really should have one if we haven't. If y'all aren't following Machine God and you enjoy watching miniature painting at all, you should really go give that man a follow. I miss him. I miss the shout outs a lot of the time. My mods are way too on top of things. My mods are too good, you guys. What a problem to have. Yes, that is much more what I was thinking. The fur needs to be distinct from the flesh, or what is the point of any of this? Absolutely, Machine God. Local game show has a big Flames of War event. I've heard really good things about Flames of War, specifically for tank battles. That is, in fact, Friday the 13th, Machine God. That's quite the combination for you. I'm not superstitious, but, you know, I am a little stitious. Let's do the fur and then the foot wraps. And then we'll actually be getting pretty close on these guys, minus weathering, which shouldn't take long. I can't seem to get this paint quite thinned to the place that I want it to be. Let's try a little bit more water. I don't want it so thin that I have to do a bunch of coats, but I want it thin enough that it actually does flow off the brush. There we go. That's more like it. Well, that's a bit too much. I'm just having one of those days today. Have to drive out to Crystal Lake. Worst thing about every game is the player base. I was watching an old interview from the 90s with Mike Patton the other day. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Mike Patton sandwich interview. This is apparently what it's known as, though. And he's just eating a sandwich through the whole fucking interview.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha.
Refocused
he likes
for some
to
reason.
Slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and
I wish I knew how
pull
that
it off
happened.
screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I can't get it to refocus when I want it to. But he did this interview, I don't remember who it was with. It was with some magazine, I think. It couldn't have been a magazine because it was recorded. Anyway, Mike Patton's doing this interview. If you're not familiar with Mike Patton, he's the lead vocalist from Faith No More and a few other musical projects. And he's eating this damn sandwich throughout the whole interview, but he had a bit there where somebody asked him about, because it's the 90s, and they asked him about, like, what do you think about the increasing use of computers in music? You know, synth machines and whatnot. He said something to the effect of, I think it's the best thing that's happened. I think it's the best thing that's ever happened to music. One of the worst things about music is that it's people making it. The further away from human beings that music can get, the better off we're all going to be. And I can appreciate the simple truth behind one of the worst things about music is that it's people making it. Yep. Also reminds me of that line from Clerks. This job would be great if it weren't for the fucking customers. Soccer Mom came in looking for Pokemon cards, saw you playing Flames of War and Bolt Action, ended up writing a shitty Facebook review, calling it a hotbed of white. Now, in all fairness, like, I don't want to say in all fairness, like, that's a justified thing to do, go write a shitty review because something happened you don't understand. But I could also see how someone who doesn't know anything about tabletop wargaming could see a bunch of people with, like, swastikas painted on their tanks and think, what the fuck have I just walked into? What's going on, Wing? Good to have you back. Not saying it's justified, I'm just saying on a certain level I do understand if she had no idea what she was looking at. Most people don't encounter swastikas that often. Or iron crosses, for that matter. Out of focus here. Eventually I'll work out this new camera thing. Just in time for the stream to lose popularity and fade into nothingness. That's when I'll be good at it. That'll be perfect. And honestly, Roland, I don't play historicals kind of for that reason. Not because I'm afraid people will see my models and think, that man's a Nazi. But I'll tell you, when I'm playing war games, and this is just a personal opinion, this is not meant to cast aspersions on anyone who enjoys historical war games before I get any further into this thought. You like what you like, I totally get it. I'm a history nerd too, just not in that particular way. I don't like portraying real-world bad guys in war scenarios. I don't like doing it. I'm fine when they're fake, when they're made up, when they're, you know, the Galactic Empire. And I've played historicals before. I almost always, in World War II games, wind up playing France or England. I don't like playing as Nazis. Not real ones. I don't know, it just turns me off. Sure, honestly, Wing, you can talk about anything you want in here as long as it's not like, you know, within reason, politics or bigotry or being a dick to anybody. I'm the only one on this stream who's allowed to be a dick, okay? Thunderhead uses aspersions. That, and Roland, I'm going to ask you something. Bro. As someone who plays historical war games, and I want you to be, not that I'm saying you're gonna be a liar, I'm just saying be as honest with yourself and with me as you can when you answer this, alright? Playing historical war games, specifically ones to do with World War II, are you gonna tell me that you've never encountered that one guy who's just like, you know, a little too into his Wehrmacht forces? A little too enthusiastic about the particular unit that he's chosen to portray. A little, maybe don't hang out with this guy after the game. You know that guy. Anybody who's been into historicals knows that guy. They're out there. But it's always been a Russian player. Get your Albanese gummy bears the hell out of here. Come on. What are you trying to do? I think the worst thing my store had was an elitist button counter come in looking for scale model kits. But he didn't find them or the tools that you normally find with them, and very pointedly insinuated that people building 40k kits or painting minis weren't real hobbyists. Ooh, that's a good one, Ion Raptor. The hobby is not real. If they were real hobbyists, they would have no imagination like me and only recreate things that actually existed. That makes no fucking sense. At all. None at all. The fact that it doesn't make any sense doesn't cause me to doubt your story. In fact, it makes me believe it even more because people are fucking stupid, man. I mean, I know, I'm a person and I'm dumb as hell. Oh, fair enough, Dark Fox. Fair enough. Good news is we never had to see him again. Yeah, something tells me he didn't have a lot of friends.
Stuffed in a box.
Something tells me he didn't have a lot of friends with an attitude like that. That's fucking hilarious, because I'm pretty sure that, like, scale modeling is it's a big thing. It's absolutely a big thing. It's a major hobby. I don't know the actual numbers, so I could be mistaken, but I would perhaps foolishly bet money that 40k and wargaming hobbyists at this point outnumber scale modelers. I could be wrong. I don't really know the demographics on that. It's possible the scale modeling really is still just bigger, but wargaming has to eat up a big chunk of the modeling market at this point. What color did I use on the teeth? So all that I have on the teeth right now is a paint that I applied like 4 years ago that I'm pretty sure was a bone white, and then Vallejo Smoke. Absolutely, man. So Vallejo Smoke, by the way, is a product that I strongly recommend you pick up a bottle of. I fell in love with it the first time I used it. You're not wrong, Roland. You're not wrong at all. Wife said she was thrown off by all the white people with shaved heads and some Nazi symbols on models like Bolt Action. See, I can see that. I definitely understand if you're like one of the targeted groups by Nazis and white supremacists. If you walk into a game store, and the truth is, like, I've played with historical gaming groups a lot, and most of the dudes are just really enthusiastic about war history, and that's fine. And a lot of us tend to just be kind of like big white dudes who shave their heads, completely independently of any skinhead connotations. But I can totally get how if you walked in and you were like, there's a bunch of models on the table and they have swastikas on them, there's a bunch of white dudes standing around, they all have shaved heads, you'd be like, maybe I'll just kind of not be here anymore. Like, I completely get that. Vallejo Smoke is kind of like a wash. It is kind of. It's thicker than a wash, but it's also more transparent than most paints. It's intended to be used as a filter or a wash, I'm fairly sure. It thins very nicely with a little bit of water or a matte base, maybe a touch of flow improver. It just has a very unique consistency, and it's not just this brown color. It's brown, but it's got some green and some yellow in it. I think what Vallejo Smoke does best is it has this kind of difficult to describe oily sheen to it. So if you're trying to do something where you want it to look like oil has gathered in the... Yeah, very much so, Colonel Matthew Steiner. If you're looking to simulate grime or oil or anything like that, this is a fantastic base to use. I love Vallejo Smoke. It can also be used really well for wood. If you like dry brush a wood texture and then wash smoke over it, it does a really good job on that. Because again, it's not just brown, it's very yellow and very green, but subtly so. I shaved my head due to my hair going on hiatus. I told you guys the pro-white story, didn't I? The one that happened out in California. The one guy in our group who plays Waffen SS is a rabbi. See, but that works, Roland. I feel like that's, you know, that's right up there with how, like, all the guy who, like, the dude who played Sergeant Schultz in Hogan's Heroes, and for that matter, all the guys who played Nazis in Hogan's Heroes were Jews, and it was hilarious because they made them look like incompetent assholes the whole time. Yeah, that's just it, Rodan. It's like, you don't understand. Most of us are just going bald and aren't necessarily that attractive, and that's why we got into this hobby in the first place, man. I had, and it's funny, because looking back on it, like, I see why this happened, because I'm a 6'2", very pale white guy and I shaved my head the whole time that I was in the military, and I'll just say it, I was into Doc Martens and leather jackets. I was into Doc Martens and leather jackets completely independent of, it's always a bit of a weird bit in the conversation, Cannibal Girl, to be fair. But I was into Doc Martens, I was into leather jackets, just because I was into them, not because of any, like, at that time, I was like, I didn't really know anything about skinhead groups. I didn't understand their little gang symbols and their cute little handshakes that they do and their stupid fucking fashions. I didn't know any of it. I just thought Doc Martens were cool, and I liked wearing leather jackets, and I shaved my head, and I was tall, and I was white. This is just, that's what that was me when I was in the Army. And I'm hanging out at a cafe at an open-air mall in Monterey, California, and this woman, this seemingly kindly old woman with a German accent, comes up to us at our table and inquires, and I can still remember the way she said it. She's like, "Oh, are you pro-white? You are pro-white, yes?" And it took me a few repetitions to realize she was asking me, "Are you pro-white?" And I'm just like, what? What? You just, like, on the one hand, I understand what it is that you're seeing here that's making you ask this, and on the other hand, I'm thinking to myself, you just walk up to random people and ask them if they're pro-white? This seems like an acceptable fucking question to you? We're not even in, like, South Florida or something. We're in, like, middle of California, not far from Carmel. This is not a place for skinheads. I was so shocked. Dude, fuck skinheads. Honestly, fuck skinheads. Like, this is a group of people who I have clashed with a number of times over the course of my life. I have had members of fucking Stormfront threaten me and my family. Look, Machine God, you know what I'm talking about. If you're in South Florida, you know that I'm right. I've had very, very negative interactions with these people over the course of my life. They have had many reasons to dislike me. And I'm generally pretty open about most people's beliefs and most people's groups, and particularly when I'm here on the stream, I try to avoid anything political, because it's just like, look, man, we're here to paint models, to paint miniatures, and I don't really care what you believe, and you know, if you're into painting minis, then you can be a part of the community. That's cool. I will state unequivocally, though, if you're like a straight up fucking skinhead, you can get the fuck out. You can fuck right the fuck off all the fucking way home. I do not give a shit about those people. The shit that they've said to me, the shit that they've done to my fucking friends, no sir. No, 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 no. Stormfront from The Boys. I thought that was the biggest giveaway in The Boys. I'm not going to give any spoilers. I'm just going to say there is a character in Season 2 of The Boys called Stormfront. And I was like, you mean like the Nazi group? Is that what you're talking about? As it turns out, yes, that's exactly what they were talking about. Yeah, Samir. I spent a little bit of time genuinely wondering if some fucking inadequate boys who were denied the teat as youngsters were gonna show up to my house and try to beat the shit out of me in front of my family. That was a fun time. Still scarred from the penis guy. Wait, what? What the fuck are you talking about, Rodan? I was actually born in Florida, Cannibal Girl. I was born in Melbourne. Howdy, 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 down, Slide. How you doing? Oh, Penis Guy from The Boys. Oh, yes, 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 I know exactly who you're talking about. Oh, yeah, that was a little disturbing when I realized that that was a big prehensile dick. What a time to come into the conversation. How you doing, Walter's Workshop? You know, it's definitely one of the reasons that whatever my political leanings may be, I'm a big pro-2A guy. I really am. I've been personally faced with situations where I'm like, maybe I have to shoot a Nazi tonight. Wouldn't that be fun? It wouldn't be. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to do that. It's been a weird conversation, Walter's Workshop. Pardon. We got talking about historical war games, and then the subject of Nazis came up, and then I told a story about one time that an old lady thought I was a Nazi, and it's been strange. I'm not. For the record, I'm not. I feel like I'm losing follows by the second at this point. Ugh. What a weird stream. This is why I idle on this stream. No, you're right, Cat. Wolfenstein Thunderhead Edition. Good old Wolfenstein. What's up, Walter's Workshop? How are you? I don't believe that I follow you. You stream? My white paint is not quite thin enough, doodly-doodly-doo. Just started a few months ago, but it's going super well. I am so glad to hear that. I'll tell you, Walter's Workshop, it is a really, really welcoming group of people here on Twitch, particularly in the painting community. Just an amazingly open, welcoming, and encouraging group of folk. I'm going to go ahead and stop over and give you a follow a little bit later so I can check out your stream next time you're on. In fact, I can probably do that right now. Boom, just like that. I'm still at 790. I got one follow tonight, so that means I got one follow tonight, and I lost one follow tonight. That's not bad. Woo! Oh, Ion Raptor, thank you so much for that. Weren't you already following? Did you just unfollow me and follow me again, you sly dog? Maybe you weren't. I don't know. I appreciate the thought, my friend. You know, honestly, you guys, if we can just talk about, like, Twitch streaming for a few minutes, and this is probably some stuff that you've noticed yourself, Walter's Workshop, at this point. Just talking shop on Twitch, you know, for a subject change. Follows are a weird metric, I've noticed. Because follows are just sort of acquired through time. It doesn't really seem to matter how good of a streamer you are. If you're around long enough, you will gather follows. People will if you're advertising on other sources, people will come in and they'll follow you, and then they'll kind of forget about their account and they won't be on Twitch anymore, and your number's still up, but it doesn't really mean much. I found a much more meaningful metric, a metric that I pay much more attention to, is really how active chat is. It's really tempting to get focused on how many followers did I get tonight? How many followers do I have? What does that mean for me? But what inspires me, what I really, really love, is just how much chat there generally is going on here in this room. Not just chatting with me, not just trying to get me to notice things, not just trying to ask me questions, but when you guys are chatting with each other, it creates this amazing sort of just common room effect. You know I've said before that this stream has largely replaced for me a lot of the socialization I used to get just hanging out at the local game store, and it very much has, but that is the replacement. It's like I said, not just me chatting with you guys, but you guys chatting with each other. There's some amazing people in this chat. There's some very, very talented painters. There are some very, very talented 3D designers, 3D printers. There are people in this chat who are so much better at what I do than I am, honestly. And I'm floored. I'm flabbergasted, I'm floored, and I'm grateful every single time you guys decide to come in here and hang out with me. It means so much. I specifically do not notice Cat Ion. Yeah, exactly, Cannibal Girl. Like, it's really, really tempting to focus on follows. It's the most visible metric. It's the one that Twitch pushes in your face the most. I think follows are maybe one of the most meaningless metrics on Twitch, overall. Oh, Matthew Steiner, thank you so much, man. It's fantastic to have you here. Like I said, some really, really good painters in this chat, like Colonel Matthew Steiner. Holy shit, man. Because I know streamers who have, like, thousands and thousands of followers. They hit, like, 5,000 followers just because they've had an account and they streamed a few years ago, who struggle to get 10 people chatting. And I don't want to sit here and be like, well, they should be doing XYZ, because I'm no fucking expert. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm making this up as I go. I'm taking the advice of others. I just think that it's interesting to observe. As long as the active chat isn't just a bunch of trolls trying to outblast each other. So, yeah, basically my chat, right? Oh, hell. Oh, wow, really? I'm not thinning my paints properly tonight, and every time I go to then put them down, they're at a funny consistency. Maybe we'll fix that. Yes, that's the thing too. Like, there's, and this is something that I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I can't see any reason not to. The point of this stream has never been to become a giant streamer and make all the money and do this as a career. That's not why I'm here. I'm here because I like hanging out with you guys, and the fact that you like hanging out with me means the fucking world. But and this is like one of those things that's really easy to say when you don't have this problem, and I realize how silly it sounds to say, but like, if I had like 100 people, like, I've been to streams where they have like 100, 200, 300, 500 people in the chat, and like, as soon as you hit like 200 people, chat becomes untenable. Like, I totally understand why at that point they have things like subscribers only chat and slow chat. I'm like, at that point, I couldn't keep up with what you guys are saying. We average 35 people in this chat, and we average about 20 people talking at any given time, and I struggle to keep up with chat as it is. I cannot imagine trying to keep up with chat. Like, I don't want a chat room that active. That seems unpleasant. You should try it out anyway, Ion Raptor. Think about it this way, Ion Raptor. What's the worst thing that can happen? The worst thing that can happen if you stream, people don't show up. Okay, so what? You're already one of the most respected 3D modelers in the Battletech community, dude, and nothing's gonna diminish that at this point. I think people would absolutely show up for your stream. It's not about chatting for you, though, Ion Raptor. You have real talent when it comes to 3D design, and I think people want to, like, I'd watch that. I would sit there silently and just watch you work if that's what it took. That would be fucking fantastic. I do try to do things during the stream, Sumitha. I just fail miserably most of the time, that's all. I try not to run just chatting streams, even when I wind up kind of just chatting for long periods of time.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
You know what?
It's not like
I
we're
will.
trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Yeah, I've really kind of messed up the hair on this guy, if I'm being honest. I don't do my best painting while I'm streaming. Maybe with a few more years' experience, I'll be capable of doing really, really good painting while I'm streaming. But I don't quite have that skill yet. Not if I also want to pay attention to chat, which is a lot of the reason I'm here. I'll tell you, though, it really does...
And so I painted on some metallics.
Oof.
Bitches love metallics.
I love the metallics. I was saying earlier that my desire to paint those Vaders is kind of driving my... I'm using that as my drive to actually start doing some more YouTube videos. I owe you guys some already. At least one, a few people will remember. But, for something where I'm really, really trying to actually do, like push the painting envelope, really do some shit that is going to take some effort and some time, I'd rather do YouTube videos for it. Because there's no way that I can both pay attention to chat and also really do the job on Vader that I want to. It's just not going to happen. I need to kind of pick one or the other, and I think it's a perfect driver for some more YouTube content. Which I think the channel could support some YouTube content at this point. I hope that you guys would come out to watch and give me maybe even the occasional like. I should hope. Yes, White Wolf, of course you do. See, there you go, little cannibal girl right there. Ion Raptor, like, if you did... Dude, if you did a 3D modeling stream, and the only chatting that you did, like, you find yourself thinking, I don't have the chatty personality. I talk about bullshit 90% of the time. I don't know why people listen. But, you know, it's kind of like, you know, what it's like to hang out with me for real. If all you did was just answer the occasional question on how to get started with 3D modeling and maybe walk people through your thought process as you work on things, people would watch that, man. I know that my fucking community would. 100%. Give it a shot, Ion Raptor. Like I said, the worst thing that can happen is it doesn't work out, and you don't do it anymore. Like, what's the big deal? I think it would be sick to create a nice music stream setup and just do what you do every day. That's the dream. Isn't it, though? Isn't it, guitarist? Shit, man, I'd watch that, too. Yeah, so Sumitha, I've got somebody who has actually done a couple of video edits for me personally, just to show me what he's capable of. And what my plan is to take some of the money that's coming in from the stream itself, because you guys have been kind enough to make this fairly profitable, and turn that around into paying someone to produce YouTube content for me, because they have software suites and experience that I do not. So that I can give you guys some YouTube content that not only exists, but is actually good and is fun to watch. Because there's a lot of YouTube out there that isn't fun to watch, like at all. I don't want to fall into that trap. And I don't really have much experience with video editing, so I'm going to need his help. There. Leather straps and fur. That's looking pretty decent. I'll go ahead and lay down a yellow base over the charge packs on their ray guns. Go with lantern yellow. Hell yeah, Ion Raptor. Like I said, man, I'll watch that. Absolutely, please do. If you need any advice on the technical side of streaming, I would be more than happy to give you what limited advice I have available. Most of it's going to be me pointing you to Harris Heller's videos, because that dude is out of control. He gives such good advice. I mean, Roland Whataburger. That's the answer. Whataburger is unquestionably the superior of those two. Come on. In-N-Out Burger. Ah. Fucking In-N-Out Burger. Oh, Dark Fox. Actually, thank you. I need to remember to drink water. Harris Heller's music is pretty slick, and a lot of the time you're gonna find it right here on this stream, because his stream beats are fucking fantastic. Oh, thank you very much, Hamburg. I need to do that. Yeah, I'll double the posture check. Straighten my shoulders a little bit. I'm getting a new chair. I think that's gonna help a lot. Here's the thing. In-N-Out Burger isn't bad. It's not like, I know people get real up in arms about their fast food choices, and they want to be like, everything I don't like is bad. In-N-Out Burger's not bad. It's not as good as people make it out to be, though. People make it out like it's the most amazing thing ever. They lose their minds when it shows up in a town where it hasn't been before. And they, you know, storm the fucking castle. They put the line around the block, and everybody's like, oh, everybody's showing up, so it must be good, which drives the rumor. It's a meme. In-N-Out Burger is a meme. It's not actually that good of a burger. Like, it's a good burger, but it's not like that. That's fucking crazy. Oh my god, it Ness90. I assume that's what that is. OMG, it Ness90. How you doing, man? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Struggling on learning how to enable, setup, and figure out chatbot. I'm just glad my chatbot still works, because I figured that out one day and then I forgot how I did it. I'm going to be painting these up, so I'm going to do it like I did on this. The intent was for it to look like it's like a battery on the back of the gun, because they got ray guns, you know? Cane's chicken. I just had some of that yesterday. There you go, goofy good guitarist. And yeah, that's like, it's when you go into In-N-Out and you're like, ooh, order it animal style, like it's not on the menu. It's like, yeah, but it's not exactly a tight secret. Like, everybody knows to order it animal style. Yeah, Raising Cane's is legitimately amazing chicken. Like, that I agree with. I get excited about the opportunity to go there, and I just buy nothing but chicken fingers. I don't do their little meals. I just be like, give me 25 fucking chicken fingers and let me leave. I go home and I eat probably an unhealthy number of them by myself. But, you know, that's life. That's life. Thunderdome Drew with the pew, pew, pew. What's up, Drew? How you doing, man? Added just so I don't have to go through Rodan, and I genuinely enjoy. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, it's Ness. I know who you are. What's going on? I'm glad that you genuinely enjoy watching. But then you're good people, so that's no surprise. You are a woman of impeccable taste. But we've known that for some time. Yeah, their sauce is amazing. I still have a bunch of it left over from last night. I did that last night. We went to Costco, and there's a Raising Cane's right next to it. So I bought 25 chicken fingers, and I got their 8 cups of sauce. I only used like 4 of them. So I'm going to be able to use that on something, and that's pretty exciting. Oh shit, are we coming up on the Storm Report? Oh my god, we are. Dark Fox, what would I do without you, man? You have none of these. You don't have a Raising Cane's? Oh, no, I guess there isn't a Raising Cane's over there. But you know what you have, Cat? You know what you fucking have? You have a Don Hilbertos over there, and you can go get super fries, and that's something that I don't have and that I can't get. So enjoy that. I got a package of the hot dogs. I gotta be honest, I'm not like, it used to be I would get the Polish sausages at Costco, the 150 deal with the drink and the Polish sausage, but they stopped making them the Polish sausages and they started making them just the hot dogs, and that's not as good. It's not as good. Well, Kat, you know, we were just talking about that. Sometimes I'm not following chat, so, you know, there you go. Imagine if you weren't here to remind me at all. I wouldn't do it. I would just be like, oh, I've been streaming for like 12 hours. Oh my god. No, I would notice before that, because I'm way too lazy to stream for 12 hours. Gear Falcon, I feel like you're trying to start a fight, buddy. And I'm not taking the bait. The thing is, it's not like Whataburger is amazing. I'm not like, you know, Whataburger is the greatest burger ever. I would never tell that lie because it's just bullshit. It's a fast food burger, but you know what? For a fast food burger, they got some great ones, man. And their jalapeno ranch dipping sauce, like, honestly, one of the things I like at Whataburger the most isn't even one of their burgers, it's their chicken fingers. They do amazing chicken fingers. If I don't have Raising Cane's available, and I do have Whataburger, I'm going right to Whataburger. I'm getting their chicken finger box, and I'm getting it with the jalapeno ranch.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
That's what I call the business. Oh, thank you so much, Walter's Workshop. Yeah, I'm just excited to get any paint on these guys at all, because I started painting them like 3-4 years ago. And just never finished it. And we've actually made a lot of good progress tonight. There's only a couple of steps to go and a few hand details to do, a little bit of basing, and I'll be able to put these guys on the table and call them painted. Tried Whataburger for the first time in your life last year at 31 years old. I mean, it's not entirely surprising. Whataburger is one of those franchises that's only in certain parts of the country. It's like, if you're from Texas, you know the secret of Whataburger. Lots of places just don't have them. Hey, fucker, what's up, Rogue? You don't want to fight her, by the way, Gear Falcon. She's, she'll claw your fucking eyes out, man. Whataburger in Houston is freaking god tier. The secret of Whataburger, too much must... Play and Win knows where it's at. Play and Win knows where it's at. You go there... this is the secret. You guys want to know the secret to Whataburger? Go there and order the Just a Burger with cheese and get a cup of the jalapeno ranch dipping sauce, okay? Open the jalapeno ranch dipping sauce and dip your Just a Burger with cheese into the sauce. Don't go for all the crazy shit. I mean, sometimes you can go for the crazy shit. They have a couple of specialty burgers that are pretty okay. They have like a sweet and spicy bacon burger that's that one's pretty damn good. But the Just a Burger with cheese with the mustard on it with that jalapeno ranch is fucking primo, man. Went to Texas 2 years ago for work and spent $70 on Uber to try and find an open Whataburger, but it was the corrupt water issue that weekend, so they were all, no shit. That's maybe a lot to spend trying to find a Whataburger, to be fair, Walter's Workshop, but I respect your dedication, I truly do. In-N-Out in Sacramento is amazing. I find that my positive memories of In-N-Outs are largely colored by the context of where I was when I was having it. Most of them were in California, and as a result, the vast majority of the times that I went to In-N-Out Burger, it was like 2 a.m., I was drunk off my ass, I was on temporary leave from the Army, and I had just seen a show in San Francisco, because we'd always go up to Santa Cruz or San Francisco to see shows. And in that context, yes, In-N-Out Burger was absolutely incredible, but in that moment, fucking anything would have been incredible. Anything. I would have been really excited to eat it. So it's more, you know, it's more the experience than anything else. Debating on trying to add triangles on that Executioner. I like the job you've done on it so far, Rogue 19. I mean, you know, what I saw before the stream anyway. The patty melt's pretty good. Whataburger actually has a lot of... Ooh, Checkers! Oh, Checkers. Mike Tyson's restaurant. I like Checkers. They're the only ones you're going to find that do... Ooh, yes, please. Thank you so much. Checkers is the only place you're going to find that does sweet potato fries. And they're good, too. Yeah, I think that's probably true, Drew. I think a lot of people who get really excited about... I don't have any data at all to back this up. I'm just going to say that a number of the people I've known who get really excited about In-N-Out Burger were in the military and were stationed with me out in California. And their memories are colored by the circumstances of their animal-style whatever burgers. Yeah. Post-wash version of the Storm Report, I am looking forward to seeing... I should get over to that, shouldn't I? I should go do the Storm Report. Let me finish putting on the second layer of yellow. It'll just take me a second and we'll go over and do that. Thank you so much. Yeah, Checkers fries. Checkers burgers are pretty good too. You know who I miss is Crystal Burgers. We don't get. They had Crystal Burgers down in Texas for a long time, but then they all disappeared all of a sudden. Whatever happened to Crystal Burger? Howdy, y'all. Mooyah's has sweet potato fries. I have literally never heard someone say the word Mooyah's, and I have never read the word Mooyah's until this exact moment, Mike Wade. You're gonna have to go ahead and elaborate on that for me, because I have just no fucking clue what that is. Favorite burger place is Mooney's, but that's because I'm a stoner. You're in good company. Guitarist, let me tell you. I live in Colorado, man. Like 90% of the time you see me, I'm gonna be just ripped out of my ass. Rallies and Checkers are the same company. That would seem to make, yeah, like they're named like the same damn thing. Am I drinking out of a jelly jar? That is none of your business, Kursala. It was a jelly jar until it became a drinking glass. Florida and Georgia. They had them in Texas, though. They had them in Texas. Thunderdome Drew, thank you so much for being here, man. As always, it is just always a pleasure to see you, bro. And seriously, guys, if you're not following Thunderdome Drew and you enjoy miniature painting and good conversation, please go give that man a follow. Drew, you have a great night. Thanks for being here again. El Pollo Loco at 2 a.m. Was that racist? I don't know. I like El Pollo. I'll tell you what I used to do in San Antonio was go out to shows, get out at, 2 or 3 a.m., and we would go to Mi Tierra. Vanessa, back me up on this one. Mi Tierra? Yeah, that's the shit right there. Hang on, let me see here. On January 19th, 2020, Crystal filed for Chapter 11. No! Did they really? Shifting consumer tastes and preferences, growth in labor and commodity costs, increased competition, and unfavorable lease terms in the file. Oh, that's sad. I don't like that. White Castle's only good if you're drunk, but it's real good if you're drunk. Mooyah's has a location in Texas, but I've never been there. I've never heard of Mooyah's. I'm very curious about this, because I do like sweet potato fries. Franchise Crystal locations in Florida and Georgia are kind of surviving, but corporate I know filed bankruptcy. I'm sorry to hear that. I really do like them. And Mike Tyson owned a big chunk of that restaurant, didn't he? The only place that is not... Oh my god, I'm so glad to hear that I'm not the only person. I got food poisoning from Jack in the Box twice in California. And I had an iron stomach back then. Oh, you've never been... I don't want to say go right now because I don't know what the restrictions are like right now. It's 2020 and everything's fucking crazy. As soon as you have a chance to go to Mi Tierra, go there. That place is amazing. And check out their bar too. They have this amazing hand-carved wooden bar with this huge, Mexican eagle over the top of it, like clutching the snake in its talons and shit. It is so fucking cool. And amazing food. Good Times. I don't know that I've ever been to a Good Times, Sumitha, being honest. I know of Good Times. I've seen the signs for Good Times. I've never been to one. Jack in the Box tried real hard to pull in the stoner crowd with their, like, weird, you could go in at 2 a.m. and order a box of, like, tacos and onion rings wrapped in tater tots or fucking whatever, but I don't know that it really worked out for him. Like, I am definitively a stoner who is high a lot of the time when it comes time to go to the fucking fast food restaurant, and I will not go to Jack in the Box, because, again, they poisoned me twice. That's, you know, we have a saying. We have a saying in Colorado. I think they have it in Texas, too. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, you can't get fooled again. We might have different favorite restaurants, but we're all united against Jack in the Box. Curse you, Jack! Oh, you've been there, Roll? I must have missed when you said you've been there. Dude, yeah, Meteora's the shit. I love that place. And the bakery. Yes, you have been there, if you remember the bakery. The bakery is most of the front of Meteora, and there's just so much stuff. The best thing about Meteora being that they are open 24 hours a day. So I went to Meteora at 3 a.m. after getting out of the Reverend Horton Heat. I went to Meteora at 3 a.m. after getting out of Guar. I went to Meteora at 3 a.m. after getting out of the Revolting Cox. I went to Meteora at 3 a.m. after getting out of Sonata Arctica. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've been there after coming out of, like, the White Rabbit or whatnot. I love that they're open. No, you did basic in San Antonio. Yeah, it's kind of impossible to avoid in that case. It's in San Antonio, Little Cannibal Girl. It's like one of the oldest restaurants in the city. I was lucky enough to see Guar like a little while before everything went down with and they lost Odorous Arungus. I haven't seen them since then. Only 4 hours? I'll tell you, if you ever find yourself over there, you gotta check out Meteora. It is an experience. It's like, it's a bit gaudy. They've just got like Christmas decorations up all the time, all year round. Some of the best margaritas you're gonna have, though. A really, really extensive, excellent bar. Great middle-of-the-road Tex-Mex. Just always good. Yeah, I'd imagine she might have given you a little bit of a funny look. Also, if you go there on the weekends, you can go to the flea market that's right outside Meteora in the little Mexican marketplace they have. And that's a good time. It's like a giant flea market. And that's where I got all of the luchador masks that I own, which is weirdly more than 2. Mando Armor Party I'm supposed to show up to for sewing flight suits when COVID is not so much of an issue. I think, yeah, Mando is gonna... I have a question for you. Before I go to the Storm Report, I want to ask a question. Is Hootie Who Art the worst stream on... Oh, shit, there... Oh, my God, that's really awkward. He's right there. Oh, my... No, I'm kidding. I'm joking, Hootie. I think you probably know that I'm joking. I hope you know I'm joking. Could we get a shout out for Hootie Who Art? Please, one of my personal favorite streams to hang out in. Like, genuinely, as far as streams that I just spend time in bullshitting, Hootie Who Art is a great dude, a talented artist, and really an excellent streamer. And he does two-dimensional art. He has been doing mostly commissions lately. Really, go check out his channel. Give him a follow. Check out his stream next time he's on. I don't think you'll be disappointed. Shit, what was I just saying? What was it just talking about, chat? Oh, I know the question. Okay, I want to ask you guys a question before we go to the Storm Report, okay? Is Mando a racial slur? Because with the way people say Mando in the show, it really comes off as a racial slur. Like, I get that, like, the more I watch the show, the more I feel like that. The more I'm like, ooh, that's their word, man. You can't say that. That's like, it sounds pejorative. But I can't definitively say that it is. A goofy good guitarist, you must be one of the only people in the world who's not watching The Mandalorian right now, let me tell you. I guess, yeah, no, Kursala's probably correct.
Battle mechs. So I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
You know what, did it just complete? Like, did that just happen? I couldn't hear it. If it just happened, I can't separate those from the plate yet.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please
have fun, be safe, and above all...
don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. MMCC. What does that stand? I'm not familiar with that group. I know the guys with the dented helmet. Well, play and win, but that's not saying that it's not an ethnic slur. And I think Kursala's right. It wouldn't be a racial slur, it'd be an ethnic slur. Because Mandalorians are, they're technically more of an ethnicity than they are a race. And really they're more of a... It's not really clear what Mandalorians are in the context of the larger Star Wars universe anymore. What's MMCC? Mandalorian Merc Costume Club. Oh, okay, the one that has Lucas back. I know a lot of guys over at the Dented Helmet. And I know that they hang out with the 501st a lot. I've had some bad experiences with the 501st. They always kind of turn me off of getting into Star Wars costuming. Alright, so we're in agreement, though. It really does seem like it's meant to be a bit of a slur. As long as it's not just me. It is a culture. It is a culture. I was told that I need to read the Republic Commando books for some more background or potential history on their whole we don't take off our helmets thing. I was reading the other day an article on Mandalore the Preserver that actually kind of softened my view towards the whole cultural thing about not taking off their helmets and how that hasn't really been a thing. Mandalorians are a creed, so it's defined as a system of Christian or other religious belief, a faith. Okay, yeah, they're obviously not Christian, but, you know, contextually. I don't know if it's... Okay, no, hold on. It's not stated that the Mandalorian is a creed, it's just that Mandalorians have a creed, and I think that that's different. They have a code. But then it's not really clear who these Mandalorians in the show are compared to Mandalorians as a race, like Mandalorians born on Mandalore, who aren't all warriors at all. Goofy, good guitarist, has to hop off. Goofy, good guitarist, thank you so much for being here today, man. I hope you had fun. We had fun having you. I hope to see you again. We're gonna be back. We're gonna be back, baby. We got three streams a week. We're here Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. Thursday, we're gonna be playing some games. I hope to see you again. How the fuck do I say contextually so nice? That's nonsense. I would kind of buy that, though, because the Mandalorians that we're dealing with in the show seem like more of a cult than the Mandalorians we dealt with in the Clone Wars. Let's go ahead and get started on that there Storm Report. What do ya say? Kaboom!
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorpate and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
There it goes. It's even on the right panel. Isn't that amazing? Mandalorians have been warriors, pacifists, and a secret club in Disney canon. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it play and win. It's like, they've been kind of everything. It's hard to say. Absolutely, guitarist, you have a fantastic night. Now, in that context, I feel weird calling him Mando also. Yeah, like, I feel dirty saying it. That's why I ask, is because I'm like, I referred to him as Mando in a conversation the other day, and then I stopped and I was like, was that a slur? Like, did I just call him... Did I just drop a hard M? Is that what I did? What was that game they were promising us based on playing as... There was Star Wars Bounty Hunter back in the day, but there was another game, 1155? What was the number? I'm sure Play and Win probably remembers. It was a game they were developing where you were going to play as Boba Fett. Star Wars 1313. Thank you, O'Coral. That's what I was talking about. 1313. That never happened. Which is sad. Another written submission tonight as well as the executioner. I'm looking forward to it. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Sumitha. It's like... I shouldn't use that phrase. What's his name? Din Djarin? I think that we established his name actually was. By the way, I'm just going to say, I am completely fine with this interpretation of the Krayt Dragon. I'm completely fine with this interpretation of the Krayt Dragon. Like, I don't mind it at all. It makes more sense than the big fucking desert iguanas that were always shown in everything else. Din Djarin, thank you. That sounds like a very Star Wars name, to be fair. Djarin. Lordy, lordy, lord. I am so... Guys, I'm really just so happy to have put some paint on these Ratmen after so fucking long. They're not quite done yet. We didn't get them done tonight, but they're real close. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and do some weathering probably later tonight when I'm bored. And I'm gonna get some pictures. Get their basing done, get a little rust put down, put a little toxic goop, and get some pictures taken of these guys. I think that's gonna be nice. It really was Kursala. I liked it. Sounds like a Bajoran name for something. Temple. No, that's definitely racist. That's Sumatha. You can't just go. Come on, man. The Bajorans have been through enough, sir. Haven't they? Haven't they? At the behest of the neck. Love that someone hearing who would know American Sign Language suggested a deaf actor to play a Tusken Raider. And that I would also note I really love that for the first time in a canon mainstream source, we've got Tusken Raiders being treated as something other than just monsters. We need a Mando Carl Urban. I would slap a baby in the face to have Carl Urban as a Mandalorian. I would... Yes. Absolutely. Very much. Very yes. Very, very yes. Did anyone else notice? Of course you noticed. Everybody fucking noticed every Easter egg in that show. I would also note that, and I'm just rambling at this point, I know I'm ranting, bear with me please. I would note that a lot of people called things in that episode, they were like, oh, there's Easter eggs, have you seen all the Easter eggs? And I was like, those aren't Easter eggs, those are just repetitions of established plot points. Like, I don't think you know what Easter eggs are. Easter eggs are supposed to be secret. Like, Marshall riding on Anakin Skywalker's pod racer engine. That's not an Easter egg so much as that's just an explanation of what happened to Anakin Skywalker's pod racer engine on a planet with a tiny population. The Krayt Dragon making the same sound that Obi-Wan made when he surprised the Tusken Raiders. That's not an Easter egg. That's the sound that Krayt Dragons are supposed to make. That's an homage. That's a callback. That's a reference. It's not an Easter egg, for God's sake. But, that's me being a fucking pedant all over again. That's just cool, Okoro, though. I like that. Haven't watched any of The Mandalorian, really? Like, I have my complaints about Season 1. I don't think I've been shy about that at all. There are definitely some parts of Season 1 when I'm like, it's kind of fucking stupid. And there are some episodes in Season 1 that are just like, why did this happen? But Season 2, the first episode is good. It's good stuff. I really enjoyed kind of like every minute of it. I just had a big grin on my face, which I think in 2020 is really necessary. I needed that big stupid grin on my face. I'm not gonna lie. He used a blaster. That's an Easter egg. Yeah, exactly, Teatron Voltari. That's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna check the local fauna list for Pantheress 6. Oh, you know what? I will. Apparently, I missed something. But to be fair, I didn't read that list too extensively. Yes. What is the tunnel-looking thing on the counter right behind your shoulder? This that I'm touching with my hand. This one. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that's a photo tent. I have lights that shine in there, and that's where I put my minis to take photos of them. It's just a little like pop out, fold out tent with a backdrop from Warehouse 13 that no longer exists, which makes me very sad because they made some really, really nice products. Let's do the fucking storm report. What do you say, guys? Holy hell. I've just been rambling like a maniac this whole time. Hang on, I need to adjust my window size a bit so I can actually see what the frick I'm doing. Oh, nope, don't do that. And also see chat, that would be nice. There we go. Whoever had 3-hour storm report. How much did that run? The photo booth? That was maybe like $20. That's not bad. You can get that on, did I say Warehouse 13? I've been drinking. Give me a break. The photo booth itself was like maybe $20 on Amazon. It's not bad at all. It's very, very much worth it. I think we had like 2 30-minute storm reports, Project Dark Fox, and it's slowly taking over the entire stream. So, you know, here we are. No, Warehouse 13 was legit a great series. Like, I'm not going to argue with that. Oh my... Okay. This gives me thoughts. Oh my. So, I'm usually the guy who, when people post that bullshit from Pinterest or Instagram that's like, take a marshmallow and roast it, and then scoop out the middle of it, and then pour in some Kahlua, and you've got a little s'more shot, and then you put some chocolate on it, and you put it on a graham cracker, and you wrap the graham cracker in, and then you got a s'more shot. I fucking hate that shit. I hate it. I hate it because I'm just like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna roast some marshmallows. I'm gonna eat them. I'm gonna wash them down with fucking Kahlua. That's what I'm just gonna swig it right out of the bottle. What are you doing making a shot glass out of a marshmallow? What's wrong with you? Like, I hate those recipes. Where it's like, oh, just cut it into the shape of a flower and put the sauce on the... Fuck you. Just give me the food and I'll make it in my mouth. And I realize that that's... that's just me being a curmudgeonly asshole. Like, I get that. But taking something and wrapping it in flatbread is never a waste of time. It's never a waste of time. Well, that's a different question, though, NASA. I definitely don't assume with particularly not about meaningless bullshit. This is amazing. This is so amazing, I'm a little shocked I never thought of this. Which sounds arrogant when I say it out loud. But I think you know what I mean. This is fucking fantastic. Cheese stuffed pasta. Oh, it's a pierogi taco shell. Oh shit. Okay. My stomach is literally growling as I look at this. Like, Polish-style taco with pierogi taco shell stuffed with sauerkraut and kielbasa, topped with onions and bacon. Oh! I want that so bad. Like, I want this in front of me right now. That sounds so good. Yeah, no, I'm so hungry right now. This is out of control. Oh my god. Oh, your entry will. I'm okay. Note to self: skip Aeon Drummond's entry. Holy crap. Oh, good for you, Cat. Are you eating? Tell me more about how delicious your food is, Cat. God, this is fucking phenomenal, Roland. This does not. I have to note. This in no way makes up for that goddamn glass of Funyun juice. That's not okay. That has never been okay, and I do not forgive you for that. But I don't hate this. Like at all. Yeah, good for you. Everybody congratulate Kat. She's eating food. Yay, Kat. Yay. Makes me sad about eating deli meat straight from the bag. No, don't be. I like to make the sandwich in my mouth. I just stuff the meat in there and like chew on some lettuce, a little bit of onion, stuff some bread in there. Who gives a shit? You do you, girl. Pan fried chicken seasoned with savory spice. Oh, chicken gravy on rice. That sounds delicious. Ooh. Oh, you were being I was being a jerky McJerkface downslide. I took your very sincere congratulations and I was a complete sarcastic asshole with it. Gonna have to head out, but I'm super glad I finally caught your stream. Walter's Workshop, thank you so much for being here, man. It's been a pleasure to chat with you. I hope that you come back for Thursday and for Sunday. We're gonna be playing some Dead Space 3 on Thursday. Should be a good time. And yeah, I'll check out, I've got you followed now. I'll come check out your stream next time you're on, absolutely. Go ahead and give a shout out to Walter's work. I mean, yeah, give a shout out to Walter's Workshop. I don't actually know. I can't, I just admitted I've never watched his stream, so I can't say definitively that it is a good stream. Maybe I'm sending you into the jaws of death. I don't know. But go give him a follow and find out. What do you have to lose? Right? I'm probably right. Oh, thanks, Walter's Workshop. Alright, let's scroll down a little bit here. Definitely the jaws of death. Definitely. Aw, we got our fuck flakes here. Needs a little cleaning, but definitely 2 designs that will go into production. These are so cool. This really is. Just a delight. Fuck 2020. This piece of shit year. God. Fuck it. Is this art? Indeed. Indeed it is. These are fantastic. I'm gonna have to have some of these to hang up around the house, Data Nerd. These, yeah, everybody needs these. Everybody needs these. Yeah. These are absolutely art. See, even Nessa knows. Holy shit. Thank you so much for sharing, Data Nerd. Here we have from Sumitha, loving my do drink coasters, Urbex. Alright, here we go. Neither snow, nor rain, nor nuclear holocaust stays the Irby Courier from its appointed rounds. These are pretty good. These are pretty solid. I like this. I'm imagining an Irby with well, I don't have to imagine he's got a hat on, but it's him tromping across the open plains with his mailbag. I like how there's a little Comstar symbol on it too. That's adorable. Changed them both so they'll be a bit different. I'll be down for any style you wind up producing, Data Nerd. Absolutely. We're using Irby's. That explains the speed of the mail. Yeah, real gradual, but it gets there eventually. Let me tell you what. Well, thank you for sharing that with us, Sumitha. Where'd you get that? Probably from astray3.com. I'm gonna guess that this address right here will take you to where you want to go to get these coasters. That's a bit of a. I am so sorry. You're right. That's the Star League star. Damn it. Well, that's it. I'm a fraud. Stream over. Stream over. I'm deleting my accounts. It's been a good run, guys. How do I get these frosted fuck flakes? You're gonna want to talk to Data Nerd. I'm sure you could ping her over on the Discord. Getting kind of cold lately, so how about we sit by the fire for... Oh, that seems very nice. We have a fire pit outside, but it's only good for, up until a certain point in the evening. No, the OnlyFans is going to stay up. Give me a break. I've been drinking. It's been a long night. I've been painting rats. Comstar, Star League. What's the difference? 1,000 years or so. Who gives a shit? That does actually look quite cozy. Nice looking hearth you got there. I'd love this. Have you been doing some crazy stuff with the hearth? It's Kursala, so I assume that there's like a hand carved. What's that called? Somebody help me out here. Why am I forgetting the part that goes over the hearth? It's a mantle. Somebody help me out here. Very much want to decorate my tiny Christmas trees and dozens of fuck flakes. Yeah, I think mantle. Do you have a cool looking mantle, Kursala, that you like handmade and poured epoxy into and like hand milled the boards for? I can only assume that you do. Very cozy. Very cozy. I'm just gonna move past this. I'm just gonna move past this. We're moving on to the next one. We're not gonna say anything. We all saw it. Damn it. Anyway, here we have from Rodan. That's nice. That's fucking silly. Did I rogue? I'll go back. I'm so sorry about that. Judas sus as fuck, bro. That's delightful. Wait, did I really? I moved. Oh, you're right, I did. I'm so sorry, Rogue 19K. I'm not used to looking for writing in the Storm Report. This poem explains my longtime tagline, Just Another Shade of Grey, written 26 June 2005. Oh, my neck. Oh, okay. Just another shade of grey, a black and white world that's merely all I am. The moons pass on by, and every day someone's born and someone dies. Yet all I am is just another shade of grey. Deadlocked into this endless cycle, I gotta scroll, I can't look at it. Deadlocked into this endless cycle between the worlds of black and white, destined to become nothing more than just another shade of grey. That's troublingly relatable. Yeah, that's just the truth of it, though, isn't it? Ooh, all your writing's so melancholy, Rogue 19K, but then, as you said, it really kind of describes the place that you were at that point in your life, eh? I'd like to see more writing in the Storm Report. We have now a 2D art and writing section on the Discord, so anybody who is inclined to participate in that, I really encourage you to. I'd be more than happy to read some of your poetry here on the stream. I'm not even going to read that, Chrysala. I would. What, Cat? You got some poetry? You got some poetry, Cat? You got some cat poems? Fucking drop them on us, girl. Data Nerd doesn't like being up before the sun, but at least there was a nice sunrise. I also, like, I hate being up before the sun. I loathe it. You have poetry about yarn? I want to hear that poetry. I don't... Spin me a yarn, Cat. I'm getting stuck in... Oh, I see the joke. I understand the joke now. Okay. I didn't get the joke at first, but now... Of course, there it is. It is a lovely sunrise, but it does indicate that my day is already off to a very, very poor start. Early morning hours. God, they're just the worst, aren't they? Lovely photo, though. Thank you for sharing that with us, Data Nerd. Downslide did something creative. Last night's sunset with the same kind of colors in southwest Wisconsin. WI is Wisconsin, right? I'm not stupid. Taking 195 degrees above my house. 195 feet, not 195 degrees. God, I am stupid. Sorry, my manual 360 is a little rusty. A minute and a half long, so you don't have to play the whole thing. Ooh. Sky pictures. Oh, look at all the little people on their way to and from their jobs. Those are some lovely colors. Damn, look at that. That's some really pretty incredible 360 photography there. Very nicely done, Downslide. I missed another submission? Oh my god, really? Oh my god, I did. I am so off my game tonight, apparently, guys. I am so sorry about that. Rodan, second print, but first successful print. That's what's important. The first one only printed the supports for whatever reason, but I figured out what I did wrong, and this one came out great. Ooh, that looks familiar. I can't fucking wait to see what you do with this model, man. I love Rodan's paint job so much. And to have, like, again, I can't take full credit for this model. All I did was I changed the arms out. That was my contribution. I designed and I added the arms, but that's pretty cool, Rodan. Nice looking print. Interesting color of resin. Most people go with the gray. Bunch of that Pro Acryl paint back there, too. I've been using some of that lately and really liking it. I am very, very excited to see what you do on this one, Rodan. Very, very nice. And congratulations on the first successful print. Yeah, I would say that too. Credit where credit's due, you kept it impressively flat. Considering how you were taking that shot, the fact that it panned as smoothly as it did, I was the only color they had. Well, that makes sense then. Absolutely. Rodan, I don't know if you're using water washable resin yet, but I can recommend it. Water washable resin is fucking amazing. You're not wrong, Ion Raptor. It's that particular Warhammer passed through like 3 people, including you, before it got to me, and I added the arms on. I think that I can't remember the name of the person who did the initial transfer from the Pepicura file to the digital. But, yeah, then Blar worked on it, and then you worked on it, and then I worked on it. There is resin that you have that... can't talk. There's resin available, Rodan, that is water washable. It's water soluble resin. You can get some from Elegoo. I strongly recommend it so you don't have to use things like acetone and isopropyl alcohol to clean it off. I dump mine in water after they get off my print bed. Excuse me. I let them sit there for a little while, and then I agitate them and I rinse them off, and then I cure them. Everyone loves Warhammers. You're not wrong. Really, just gorgeous. Gorgeous photography on both counts. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Downslide. And here we have, coming down from Ion Raptor, the Ryokan B that fits your design senses. Didn't like the giant fists on the official arms, so went your own way. Originally intended to make just the lower arms, I hadn't seen the actual finished prints. But in your attempts to get a clean cut on them, ended up largely ruining the joint area, thus forcing me to try to recreate the entire arm. I found in my attempts to put weapons on the new CGL mechs, it's often much, much easier to just make the whole arm and chop it off at the shoulder. That's what I wound up doing for the Awesome as well, when I did the Awesome 9Q arms. I'm also a heretic that enjoys manipulator claws on my non-humanoid mechs. That is a little heretical. I see a little manipulator claw down here. Look at his little grasping. It's cute. It's adorable. Nice work on this, though. It really does look like it belongs. And I honestly, I prefer, like... I don't mean this to sound like... I'm not trying to brag or sound like an asshole here. That happens naturally when I talk. Many of the battle mechs in the new Kickstarter would not be particularly difficult to replicate in STL form and distribute, and the idea has occurred to me in the past, but I have specifically declined to do that because I want CGL to sell their mechs. I want people to get their mechs from official sources if they're looking for those sculpts, because artists worked hard on those, and they deserve to be paid for their time, and they don't deserve to be undermined no matter what the 3D printing community can be like. I like to think that the 3D printing community is better than that. That we very specifically are not out here to steal your shit. We're here to complement your shit, CGL. And products like this, that look like they belong, but they just take the base sculpt and modify them slightly, are fantastic, and I'd love to see more of these. Like, my point is, like, Ion Raptor is a talented enough 3D sculptor that if you think he couldn't recreate that whole mech and just print it as one piece, like, you're delusional. He absolutely could. But that's not the point of this. The point of this is he wanted this sculpt, and he just wanted something a little bit different. He wanted the different loadout on it, made it his own, made these amazing arms. Really, really top-notch mod work, and I would love to see some more coming from you, Ion Raptor. You do such fantastic work. I've got a number of mechs that you did here that I still haven't painted up that I keep meaning to, because they're just fucking fantastic, man. I still like your Mad Cat better than any of the current ones. Really, really nice. I always thought the manipulated claw should be some kind of additional weapon because they look like part of a blender, you know? Like a little elemental claw kind of looking grasper on there. Very, very nicely done, Ion Raptor, and thank you so much for sharing. Coming down here from Manro Fasal, Storm Fiends and Warp Lightning Cannons. Oh, we have some actual Skaven. Ugh. The AOS Skaven are so gross anymore. But, you know, they're all about, like, weird Frankensteinian warp magic and shit. Ugh, grody. I'll do up some of my nightmares and we can compare, Manro Fasal. I like the sort of... I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but the sort of light fur tone that you've got going on across all the broad areas is nice. Contrasts well with the blue. Words are hard, apparently. Makes me think of something that should be in Doom. Yeah, I kind of get that from it, too. It's all wrong. That's kind of the Skaven style these days. Manro Fasal, thank you so much for sharing with us today. Yeah, classic Wolf 3. Oh, yeah, right? Like the zombies. You know the ones I'm talking about. Ooh, we got some food from Brigitte Wolf. Let's read what we have here first. Made some tachos for dinner last night. I'm guessing those are tater tot nachos. Tater tots topped with baked, seasoned, shredded chicken queso blanco, shredded Mexican blend cheese, Taco Bell mild sauce, and sweet Baby Ray's honey barbecue. A little sprinkle of Parmesan. Hubby went absolutely nuts for this. I want it so much. I'm so hungry right now. We got the storm report off to a bad start with me being made immediately and ravenously hungry, and now you have to do this to me. Bridget Wolf, this looks fucking delicious. It looks delicious, okay? It looks delicious. For God's sake. Absolutely tormenting me. Yeah, I can see why he might go nuts for that. I wouldn't even put it on the plate. You fucking leave this on the stove. I'm going in with a fork, baby. Ooh. My mouth is literally watering. Like, I'm not even joking. I am salivating. Okay. Let's keep coming down. Maybe a few different sauces, but that sounds fantastic. Yeah, I would personally, if I was doing Taco Bell sauces, I'd veer towards Fire or Diablo. But then I'm a masochist, so they're not really that hot. Diablo's fairly hot, but I mean, like, I don't go below Fire if I'm doing Taco Bell. I'm ashamed to admit I eat an alarming amount of Taco Bell, but I live in a small town, and it's one of the few options that we have. It isn't really Machine God, or I'm talking if I'm doing Taco Bell sauces, I'm going to the very top of it because I need something that's gonna tickle my taste buds a little bit, you know what I mean? Ooh, here we have some work from Lil Cannibal Girl. Yeah, I saw you were asking about the wall earlier. I don't think you needed much extra texture on it. Bricks don't really have that much texture. I like the color variation you've got going on here, though. That's pretty clever. And then with some, looks like you've got some dust down here towards the bottom. A little bit of weathering. That looks really, really nice. Oh, Kursala with the tips. It really is a very nice looking wall. Let's take a look at it without the mini. Oh, yeah. I really like the dusting that you've done there towards the bottom. The brick colors are really spot on. You guys know the dark bricks that wind up getting mixed in there. I'm sure there's a reason for this. I'm sure there's somebody who could be like, well, those bricks, the dark bricks are made using a special blend. And historically, there are reasons for... I don't know why I do that voice. I've been drinking. I'm hungry. My decision making is not the best right now. Pushing graffiti next. Oxidized versus non, that's probably something to do with that, Cat, absolutely. But, I mean, you guys know essentially these are the two color of brick you're going to run into more often than not, and you actually nailed that pretty well. Yes, some graffiti would go a long way, Cannibal Girl. This wall is really just begging for something, you know? I can't wait to see what you wind up doing with it. Thank you for sharing that with us, Cannibal Girl. By the way, if you are not following Cannibal Girl, I think we've got a shout out for her already, but if we don't, well, let's get one to her. Go give her a follow. She does some really fantastic work over on that stream. Oh, Gear Falcon, been working on his own battle damage buildings. This is more the brown you were talking about. Oh, yeah. Yes, Gear Falcon. Absolutely, just a little something. This looks particularly good, the way you've got gray on top transitioning down through these softer greens and into the brown. This looks like concrete that just hasn't been cleaned in a long damn time. This transition here specifically. This worked out incredibly well. I expect to see Romans go home written 100 times. I like this a lot. I can't wait to see this come together with a number of other buildings on a table for like a derelict Trinity City set. That looks fucking fantastic. Oh yeah, this one has had a couple of laser hits, hasn't it? You just go at this with like a hot glue gun? Does he say? Don't mind the stain, super glue and foam turns into a... Oh, don't mind the stain. Super glue and foam turns into sticky mush. Yes, that's true, it does. As this building has suffered a laser hit or two is what I'm getting from this. Holy crap. Whole sections of it kind of melted out. This is some nice work as far as just melting the PLA goes. I really look forward to seeing how you're going to paint that. I mean, I assume you're going to kind of fall in line with a lot of the colors that you've used here. Because no matter what color it is beneath, it's going to wind up taking on a lot of these same ones when it's derelict. But once you've added the moss and the vines and everything, yeah, and some autocannon hits, I can see that. Yeah, some of these nasty ones here. Patunk, just punched right through. Very nice. Beautifully done, Gear Falcon. I look forward to seeing those get finished and on the table. Coming down. Here we have from Scud24, the coolest pup ever. Oh, She'll be missed. Has Puppy passed? That makes me very, very sad. This dog is cooler than I am. Jesus Christ, I can't wear hats and sunglasses. Like, I look like a dork even in aviators. I just the other day, going to Costco, bought myself a new pair of prescription sunglasses that I haven't owned in forever. And I was trying them on, and like aviators are the only ones I could get that look even remotely cool on my big stupid head. But this dog somehow looks better in them than I do. What are you gonna do? No. Oh, look at the fluffy feet. Such nice fur. Oh my god, look at the tail. Yeah, really, there are a few things in this world that are harder than... I am so sorry to hear that, Scott24. My thoughts and my condolences are absolutely with you. That's... You know, animals have been better friends to me in many cases than human beings. And... It's even going in knowing that we're going to lose them eventually, knowing that under the best of circumstances their lifespans are simply not as long as our own. It doesn't... Like, I've tried to prepare for it. I've tried to... I've tried to be ready for it on a number of occasions, knowing that it's coming, and it's never worked. It's never worked. It always hurts. And I know that it's the sort of pain that no amount of condolence, no amount of sympathy, no amount of empathy, no amount of comforting can do anything about. It's just there with you, Scud24. So, if you need anything, man, I'll do what I can. If you just need somebody to talk to, anything like that, we got a number of people in chat who I'm sure would absolutely be there for you, man, and so am I. We can't really do anything to help, but, you know, if there's something that we can, please let us know. I'm so sorry. I hope that you had many wonderful years together, and I hope that can be the comfort that you ultimately need. I had to bury a friend of mine just a couple of months ago, and I walk by his spot every single day, and I sit down and I talk to him. And they say time heals all wounds, and if I'm being completely honest, I don't know that I want it to. You know? I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget what it felt like. I want to keep feeling it to some degree. So that's what I do. I don't know if it's healthy. It's just how I manage. Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you so much for sharing those happy memories with us, though, Scott. I really appreciate that. Here we have from Machine God. Following in Papa Bear's footsteps, I too have started exporting meshes from Mech Assault and detailing them up. Here's my progress on the Cougar. Let's start. Look, I'm going to go backwards here. Let's start with where it started. And let's see where we wound up. Yeah, that looks about right. Those janky-ass meshes from back in the day, man. Ugh. That's a little rough, Jim. Oh, excuse me. That's a little rough. And where we are as of today. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's nice. I know I said this last stream, I'm just going to say it one more time. By the time retail hits for the Clan Invasion, you guys will have made so many amazing STLs that I'll just be like, maybe I'll pass. Maybe I'll just be printing all my own mechs from here on out. Remeshing the cockpit entire. I think that's a good move. I think you probably just want to recreate that and then plug it right into the torso. Because trying to fix this, like, I'd rather just start over. The geometry is crazy. You could do a much better job. Even just with like T-splines, you could do a much easier job and much smoother facets than this. I love your Mech Warrior 4 meshes that you've done though, Ion Raptor. Again, your Mech Warrior 4 Mad Cat is like, I have it right here. I keep looking at it like eventually I'm gonna paint this to be a Thunderskunk because somebody's gonna request it, but I love this model, I really do. I know everybody's all about the new Mad Cat. I know, it's got like the crazy arms that come out. It looks really cool, but this to me is what a Mad Cat is supposed to look like. Call it nostalgia, because that's, what it is. Very, very nice work, Machine God. Or if you are not following Machine God here on Twitch, you really, really should, and definitely check out his channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. He has an artist channel and does some truly fantastic work in there. Be grateful at least my name on here isn't some kind of convoluted long German name. You don't need to blow this up, just leave it and play it for at least the first 20 seconds or so, but please feel free to keep it going. It just keeps getting better. Dare I? Hang on. That's not echoing, is it? I hope that's not echoing. No, okay. You tell me when like, it's gonna start echoing as soon as I hit this, so just let me know. You do, yeah, you should still hear Pretzel. I'll turn it down a little bit. I'm never sure if my audio settings are gonna work.
Régulation de la propriété.
Regulation of property.
Dispositivo di fondo.
Grundstücksverkehrsgenehmigungszuständigkeitsübertragungsverordnung.
Loi di trafic.
Traffic law.
Legge di traffico.
Verkehrsinfrastrukturfinanzierungsgesellschaftsgesetz.
The Germans just have this need
Loi du bœuf.
to describe everything very, very literally.
Legge della carne.
Rindfleischetikettierungsüberwachungsaufgabenübertragungsgesetz.
He does bring a wonderful energy to it, doesn't he? It's like he's forcing it out of himself.
Fortune.
Legge di patrimonio.
Vermögenszusordnungszuständigkeitsübertragungsverordnung.
Oh my god. Yeah, the pounding of the table really brings it together.
Balanced centrifugation.
Equilibrio della centrifuga.
Gleichgewichtsdichte Gradientenzentrifugation.
Oh, that's fucking ridiculous. Right. Oh my god, let's keep going. Ooh, Kursala. Not much actual modeling work done on this guy, but I spent about an hour using some new techniques and doing some cleanup on the pelvis. The gear pelvis. This is gonna be a beautiful model when it's all printed up, man. You've got some really, really fine, smooth mesh work done on this. Are you working in Blender primarily? Out of curiosity? Because I'm really trying to transition over to it so I can do more of these smooth lines. Used to have a poster of a World War II submarine had labels like Louden Shooten Boomen Cannon. I mean, that's not even far off. It's not like it follows the logic of German words, to be fair. Very, very nice work. Yeah, the pelvis of a Gear Falcon that Kursala is working on. And again, go check out Kursala's artist channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord if you want to follow his work. It's really, really nice stuff. Also does some really cool woodwork. Really cool. Using Max for this, but Blender's on the list eventually. Gotta know that feeling. Blender is it's a daunting program, but it's like, I feel like once I'm finally past all the growing pains, it's really gonna be worth it. Coming down here, we have some stuff from Thunderdome Drew. The librarian he was talking about. So we got a chance to see this librarian model, not this librarian model, this model of a librarian, another physical model, but the same sculpt, you know, from Steiner Miniatures recently. German grammar, yes. Ooh. I like the colors we have going on. I like how we have two-tone on the robe between this off-white and this green. Really nice work in the scroll work here on the Purity Seal. Real sharp, nice highlights on here. Good basing. I like how it's both cool but still distinct from the colors we're using on the model. And really taking advantage of the way his feet are positioned. Love the work on the sword. This sort of red glow you have coming in here. Love the work on the gloves and the knuckles here, too. The leather in general is very nicely done. Woof! Thunderdome Drew! Really, really fantastic stuff, man. And I like this one lone yellow cable coming into his arm, too. Just to kind of clash with the rest of the colors. That's cleverly done. Very, very nicely done, Thunderdome Drew. Dark Angels Phobos Librarian. Oof, I want to see some more Space Marines from you, my friend. Coming down here, we have Rogue 19K resubmitting post-wash. So yeah, I saw it before the wash, and that wash does a lot. That wash definitely does a lot. The detailing that you have here on the legs is really, really nice. I feel like the yellow looks a little flat by comparison to the gray. But the gray has come together fucking fantastically. I would love to know what process you've used on the legs so far in particular. If you wouldn't mind sharing, Rogue. Damn. I'm not even really like a fan of the Executioner as a design, but these are very compelling results to me. For what is essentially a single color, and I mean, what looks like maybe 1 to 2 highlight colors, if that. Possibly just a highlight color at a wash. Really, really well done, Rogue 19K. And coming down here, we have Vergaderung been working on some modeling projects while his thumb healed. First test for the Marauder Gauss rifle, and finished the Royal Battlemaster variant. Look at this Guns Akimbo motherfucker. Look at him. Mechanica Standard Gray and a black wash. Really, that's it? That's all you did on that? Maybe it's the photography, dude. But those legs look really good. Maybe I'm just a bad painter, I don't know. This is delightful. This is a design element I think you probably know by now, Vergaderung, that I like. I've used this a number of times on my own mechs. The just sort of swept back removable power cell is kind of how I'm always thinking about them when I model them on. I agree with what people were saying too when you were doing this modeling, that simpler is definitely better at this scale, and the simplicity of this works really well, particularly when you butt it up against the cannon on top of the Marauder. This looks excellent. I really like how long, it's almost awkwardly long, and that kind of makes the point of it being a Gauss rifle. Of course, we have these Judas Varnus. Amazing Wolverine heads over here. Just so cool looking. Oh, a little piece from Star Wars Legion over here. I recognize you, rotary blaster cannon. Ooh, and look, some pieces of a Borealis. What do you know? New models have such amazing details that highlights aren't really necessary. They're very, very friendly to, like, paint, wash, dry brush, or paint, dry brush, wash. Yeah. I got 2 guns, 1 for each of you. This is a delight. Did you just do the gun and replace the hand and then repose the arms? And I like, yeah, right there in the middle. That's a scary looking Battlemaster right there. Very, very nicely done, Vergaderung. And yeah, barrel STL, please. That's gonna bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report. We are gonna be back. Well, you know what? Hang on. Let me find out what we're doing here first. Who we're raiding? Who's on? Oh, we've got Wapelius, we've got Thunderdome Drew, and we've got Zombie Brush Studios. Zombie Brush, I've been watching lately. He does some really, really cool work. Of the 3 of these, I think we're going to go ahead and, yeah, he's doing some pretty cool painting right now. Let's go ahead and get that raid started. Go on over to Zombie Brush Studios. Hooty hoo, thank you so much for being here, dude. Really, I really appreciate it. We're going to get that raid started over to Zombie Brush. Guys, we are going to be back Thursday, November the 5th, playing some Dead Space 3. I think Kat's going to be joining me this time. That's going to be a fun time. Then we'll be back Sunday the 8th. We will be painting some more Battletech, and we'll be doing the lightning bolts on the Warhammer and the Jenner that I'm working on right now for Storm Chaser Redemptions. I want to give my heartfelt and sincere thank you to everybody who came out for tonight's stream. It was a bit of a distraction stream because of everything that's been going on, but I'll tell you what, I feel distracted, and I hope you do too, because that was like the whole point. So there's that. But seriously, thank you guys for being here. Big thank you to my mods, to Cat Ion, and to Project Dark Fox. Thank you guys for all the follows today. Thank you for being here in chat. Thank you for submitting to the Storm Report. That is always such a good time. Always such a good time. I have got to go eat just like a whole fucking bucket of mac and cheese covered in like grilled onions and fucking bratwurst or something right now. I don't know what I have to eat, but it's got to be something pretty savory. Let me tell you what. Okay, I'm gonna go do that, And I'll be back Thursday. But I'll tell you what, until then, keep on painting.